Welcome to the City of St. Petersburg City Council meeting. Your elected officials are Mayor Rick Kreisman, District 1, Robert Blackman, District 2, Brandy Gabbard, District 3 and Council Chair Ed Montanari, District 4, Darden Rice, District 5, Deborah Figgs Sanders, District 6 and Council Vice Chair Gina Driscoll, District 7 Lisa Wheeler Bowman, and District 8 Amy Foster. St. Petersburg City Council meeting.
Are we good, Mr. Clerk? Good afternoon and welcome to the St. Petersburg City Council meeting for December the 10th, 2020. Let's begin with a roll call, please.
Rice. Here. Big Sanders. Here. Driscoll. Wheeler Bowman. Here. Foster. Here. Blackman.
Here.
Gabbard. Here. Montanari.
Here. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Invocation this morning, or this afternoon, is going to be given by Mayor Rick Kreisman, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Will you all please stand? Good afternoon, Mayor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of City Council. For those of the Jewish faith, tonight is the first night of Hanukkah. Hanukkah means dedication in Hebrew. After the Jews reclaimed the temple from the Syrian king Antiochus, they rededicated the temple by lighting a lamp filled with enough oil to last for one day. But miraculously, that oil lit the temple for 8 days. And so as this Hanukkah season begins tonight and kicks off our holiday season, we ask you, Avinu Malkeinu, our Father, our King, to help us rededicate ourselves to creating a more equitable city, a city filled with peace and understanding. While we live in a time where our differences seem large, help us to see our commonality. Remind us that we are one people, one race, regardless of the color of our skin, the God we pray to, or the people we choose to love. Teach us, O Lord, how to create a community where the desire to help others is stronger than the desire to help ourselves. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam she'echianu v'kimanu v'higianu lazman hazeh. Blessed are you, Lord our God, King of the universe, who has kept us alive, who has sustained us, and who has brought us to this season of joy, peace, and hope. And let us say, Amen.
Amen.
Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well, thank you, Mayor Kreisman, for the moving invocation. I'm going to recognize you to recognize one of our long-serving employees of the city of St. Petersburg. Mayor Kreisman, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of City Council, thank you for allowing me this afternoon to say a few words about the pending retirement for our long-tenured department director, Mr. Louis Moore. For 36 years, from December of 1984 to December of 2020, Louis has been the director of our procurement department. Louis guided the procurement department during some of the city's highest profile projects like the new police headquarters, the biosolids to energy plant, and of course, the new St. Pete Pier. In short, over the last 36 years, if we had to buy something or build something, Louis Moore was involved, and we are certainly grateful that he was. As a city, we have been blessed to have Louis's long-term leadership which has been recognized not just here in St. Petersburg, but around this country. Now, here is just a sampling of Louis's accomplishments and awards that he has amassed during his outstanding career. Under his leadership, our procurement department was awarded an unprecedented 3 Pareto Awards for excellence in public procurement in 2003, 2008, and 2018. The Pareto Award is the gold standard for public procurement agencies, and as such, many public agencies haven't even applied for the award as the requirements are too rigorous. 2 former governors of Florida appointed Louis to serve on statewide committees. Louis served on both the State Commission for the Visually Impaired and Severely Handicapped and the Minority Business Task Force. He is a past national president of the National Institute of Government Procurement and served as the president of the Tampa Bay area chapter of the National Institute of Government Procurement from 1985 to 1997, he chaired the Pinellas County Purchasing Program. During his tenure, Louis has been a role model, a mentor, and a friend to all of those who have worked in procurement, as well as to every member of our city team. In 1984, not long after he started, Louis was informed that he was going to take over the warehouse function of the city. At that time, there was a series of smaller warehouses around the city being run independently by different departments. So there was no way to know if the departments were buying the same products or had the same needs. Basically, there was a total lack of coordination and a focus. Well, Louis stepped up and started the process through which our consolidated warehouse came into existence and has continued to thrive. Mr. Chair and City Council, we are working on a plan that will be forthcoming in the next couple of months to more formally recognize Mr. Louis Moore for his long service to the city. So there will be more to come on that. But we could not allow this last meeting of the year to happen without sending Louis off into a well-deserved and well-earned retirement. We will miss Louis. We will miss his professionalism, his competence. We'll also miss that big beaming smile of his that lit up every room that he ever walked into. We wish he and Waveney Ann much relaxation and enjoyment of family and grandchildren and long walks in Bay Vista Park. He has certainly earned it. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of council.
Thank you, Mayor, for those very moving words from a long time and just a hero to our city. I wish Louis could be here in chambers with us. And you're right about his smile. He can just light up a room with that smile. And Louis also married very well. Waveney Ann is just a gift to be around also. And thank you for recapping a amazing life of service to the city of St. Petersburg. And I'm looking forward to how we could recognize Louis going forward too. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Council members, we have an agenda before us. Some of the changes that we have to the agenda, we have deleted item E4, the litter project. We're going to move item F1 under the COVID report, and we're going to add E10, a red tent initiative that was deferred from our December the 3rd meeting. I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda with the changes that I just outlined.
Move approval.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the agenda with the changes. Will the clerk please open the machine for voting? Council members, please cast your votes. Seeing all present council members have voted, will the clerk please tally and announce the vote?
motion to approve the agenda passes unanimously with Councilmember Driscoll being absent.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We have a consent agenda before us. I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Move approval.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? We have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Mr. Clerk, do we have any cards on the consent agenda?
No cards.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion and a second. Seeing no requests to speak, will the clerk please open the machine for voting? Council members, please cast your votes. Seeing all present council members have voted, will the clerk please tally and announce the vote?
Mr. Chair, the motion to approve the consent agenda passes unanimously with Councilmember Driscoll being absent.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We'll move to open forum. Can the clerk please read the rules of open forum?
If you wish to address City Council on subjects other than public hearing or quasi-judicial items listed on the agenda, please sign up with the clerk in Conference Room 100. Only the individual wishing to speak may fill out a yellow card. Only city residents, owners of property, business owners in the city, or their employees may speak. All issues discussed under open forum must be limited to issues related to the City of St. Petersburg government. If you are speaking to an item on the agenda, you may only speak once during the open forum or when the item comes up on the agenda. In order to provide an opportunity for all citizens to address council, each individual will be given 3 minutes to speak, and after which the microphone will be muted. We have one speaker, Corey Givens.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Deputy Mayor, Chair Montanari, and council members. On behalf of the Poor People's Campaign of St. Pete and the Southern Poverty Law Center, we strongly encourage the City Council to complete the redistricting process, including a demographic analysis and period for community engagement and feedback ahead of the November 2021 general election. We also strongly urge the City Council and the Charter Review Commission to adopt proposed amendments to establish 3 at-large seats in single-member voting in 5 districts in time for the November 2021 general election. Issue number 1, the minority population has grown drastically in St. Petersburg, but remains underserved. St. Petersburg's minority population has significantly increased since St. Petersburg completed the last redistricting in 2013. At the same time, conditions in several African-American neighborhoods have worsened. Despite the city's recent elevation to a premier tourist destination, providing a huge cash infusion, poverty rates still remain high in Black neighborhoods like Midtown. Advancements of quality education are slowing, and gentrification is drastically changing the demographics and affordability on the South Side. Issue number 2, the minority representation on the St. Pete City Council has become stagnant under the current election system, despite changes to St. Pete's demographics. Exacerbating these issues is the underrepresentation of minority communities on the St. Pete City Council due to clustered, plucked, and packed minority-majority districts and the at-large voting scheme. Because an at-large voting system permits voters not in the majority Black districts to vote for the representatives in the majority Black districts, Black candidates competing against white candidates in those districts tend to lose. Of the 14 general election cycles that we have had since 1999, Black candidates for City Council have run in districts 5, 6, and 7. However, these limited districts are not representative of St. Petersburg's growing minority population. As a result, only 2 City Council members currently African American, while there are 6 who are white, which makes 37.8% of St. Petersburg citizens identify as people of color, with the Black community comprising of the second largest demographic in the city at 23%. Since 2005, Black candidates have lost every general election when their opponent was white, even though these races occurred in districts 5 and 6, which are minority-majority districts. Issue 3, the St. Pete City Council should complete a redistricting process by the November 2021 election, and the Charter Review Commission should adopt complementary proposed amendments for a hybrid system so minorities are adequately represented. To address chronic underrepresentation of minority communities, we urge the City Council to complete this process ahead of 2021, so we do not have the issues that we had 10 years ago. In conclusion, it is imperative that any charter amendment proposed by the Charter Review Commission by the 2021 mandate and voted on by the electorate. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Do we have any other cards? All right, thank you. We'll close open forum, and we'll move next to reports and bring up E6, a COVID update, and I'll invite our emergency management manager, Amber Bowling, to the podium. She's joined by Pinellas County Deputy Assistant Director Gail Gaidash, did I pronounce that correctly? And Dr. Wanowich.
All right, good afternoon, Council.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for having us. You have a crew here today to talk to you, so we're really excited to be here. All right, so this data is updated as of yesterday, December 9th. Snapshot for Florida, we've increased about 65,200 cases since our update last Thursday, bringing us to 1,083,362, and 19,462 deaths, which is an increase of 686 since our last update. So both of these are increasing numbers and increasing trends for the state. This is a little different than my usual graph that I show you, which has always been by day. We grouped them by week this time, and I think it makes it a little easier visually and to identify the trends. So, there in the middle of July, you see our peak, and it was a very quick peak that we hit, so it climbed really fast. And then now towards the end of November, beginning of December, it's more of that slow burn, so it's that slow and steady increase, but definitely an increase week to week. And so Pinellas County, 35,883 cases. Our 14-day average is 272 cases a day. And I'll say that our 7-day average is 315 cases a day. So it's climbing. I have bad luck with these clickers, Chan. There we go. St. Petersburg, same story with the graph. So this is by week. 13,729 cases. It looks very similar. Again, it's more of that slow burn increase through November and December. Our 14-day average is 92 cases a day in St. Pete, and the 7-day average is 104. So again, it's on the increasing trend. Pinellas County deaths, also reported by week. We've had 30 additional deaths in the last 7 days. This is an increasing trend if we look at the previous 7-day increments. So even though it looks like deaths are decreasing over time, remember it is a lagging indicator, and those deaths are sometimes reported weeks later. So overall, it looks like that's beginning to be an increasing trend as well. 941 total for the county, which is about 3% of all cases. Your zip code data, so there's a lot going on here. So what you're used to, it's the zip code by day. We're just showing you the last 7 days now. So you can see that rise over zip codes. It's a pretty consistent rise among the zip codes, with the more densely populated zip codes having a little more of an increase. The top 3 zip codes with the biggest increases the last week are 33710 with 108 new cases, 33713 with 89 new cases, and 33702 with 65 new cases. All right, our rolling 2-week average, our percent positivity trend. So the mayor rolled out his Race to Safe campaign, and the goal there is to be at 5% or under. So you can see that we are above goal. In the last few days, we were seeing a steadying out, if not a small decrease. In the last several days, we've seen a steady increase in that percent positivity once again. So currently at 6.29. Long-term care facilities, this is a pretty consistent trend. Overall cases, facilities make up a smaller percent, so 14% of all cases are in facilities, and then 60% of all deaths in the county are in facilities. So currently at 634 deaths, which is 14 new deaths since last week, and that's out of a total of 30 deaths. Hospitalizations, so we've continued to see hospitalizations with primary diagnosis of COVID go up. You'll see an outlier there in the middle. That could have been a hospital maybe not reporting. So if we disregard that one, if you look, it's definitely a steady rise. So we went from 167 hospitalizations at the end of November to 210 as of yesterday. And again, it's a fluctuating number, but on the whole, we are seeing that number tick up. Even though hospitalizations for COVID are going up, overall, bed availability remains fairly stable. We've been staying right within, between the 20 and 30% range. So currently there is 27% availability in the total beds in Pinellas. Out of all bed capacity, 4.5% of them are COVID occupied, which is very consistent with what we were at last week, which was 4.2. ICU beds, again, fairly consistent. We're at 18% total capacity there for ICU beds. Currently, out of all the ICU bed capacity, 13.5% are COVID occupied. And just a note on the ventilators, there's 271 ventilators available, and out of all the ventilators, they're 5% occupied. And that is what I have for my numbers update for you today. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Gail Guidish, who's the Assistant Director for the Florida Department of Health in Pinellas County, who is going to share some updates, maybe some trends and some vaccine information, and then we'll take any questions you have. Thank you.
Thank you. And good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very happy to be here, happy to share any information. Dr. Cho sends his regrets. He has been tasked with being part of a statewide task force in order to do vaccination outreach and push out the vaccine to the community. So I'm going to talk a little bit about COVID. I'm going to talk a little bit about vaccines. My colleague, Austin Morley-Sloan, is here. He has dived into a lot of the FDA and UEA data and all those acronyms that you've just heard recently to be able to answer any questions that you may have. What I will probably tell you is that some of your questions will not have answers because we are awaiting a lot of information. And as you all know, I'm sure, today is a very important day. We are really, really hoping that that Pfizer vaccine gets approved. And how it gets approved and who is on the list that can be given the vaccine is very important. So we are watching all the safety data. And that's what, you may have heard a lot of information about how this vaccine was rushed to production. Well, you have to understand that this vaccine is different than any other vaccine that has ever been made before. It's a different process. It can be made quicker. It can be made in more quantity. And the fact that there was money involved to be able to push it forward, as well as having so many people willing to be part of the testing phase, has really helped it go through. So when you talk about 34,000 or more people willing to take a pilot vaccine, it really is incredible. So that's what we're watching. We're watching all that safety data. So we are anticipating by next week, if everything falls through, we may have 174,000 doses of the Pfizer vaccine in Florida next week. Now, for those of you that know that Pinellas County has 1 million people, the state of Florida has 21.5 million people, so that's a minuscule amount of vaccine that we need to protect the population. You've all heard about herd immunity. We've talked about that before with other vaccines. And, sometimes they're saying at least 80% of the population needs to either have natural immunity or this vaccination. Well, it's going to take a very long time. So we're trying to tell people, as you've heard, there's light at the end of the tunnel, but it's going to take a long time. So we cannot stop with mask wearing, with social distancing, with hand washing, and with sanitizing. We just can't. Even if somebody were to get the vaccine, the efficacy has been stated to be sometimes 94, 95%. But there's a percent that is not going to take for some folks for whatever reason. So we can't just say that you're going to go ahead and be fine forever. Furthermore, I'm sure you've heard that some people that actually got the COVID disease can resolve and actually get the COVID disease again. There has been reinfection. We usually use a mark of 90 days after, but what I've seen in all the data is the first infection was mild and the second one can be quite worse. It all depends on their immune response. So we want people to stay the course and continue to do what they're doing. So the vaccination campaigns are going to be very slow at the start, and the governor has set our guidelines for who we're going to do first. And the CDC has guidance for who's going to be in the 1A category. Well, he turned it and he said, we want to start with long-term care facilities, residents, and staff, because they are the ones that have the highest disease burden and they have the worst outcomes. As I'm sure Amber has shared with you, that a lot of our long-term care facility residents have passed away based on the disease morbidity because they're elderly and they have a lot of comorbidities. So the governor wants to start with long-term care facilities and hospitals and hospital workers, and then we're going to go from there, continuing along the lines of 65 and older, and also look at communities with which we need to think of disparities and other issues. So the difficult part will be we'll have to wait for enough vaccine to continue to push out. The other issue that we're going to be concerned about is, are people going to actually take it? Are they going to wait to see what happens to the first wave of people? And that's possible. I've heard in some different groups, 30% will take it, 30% will not, and 30% will wait to see what happens. So the campaigns, in order to make sure that people are very, not concerned about taking the vaccine, but they think it's safe, are going to be very important. We've even talked about having high-level folks, Dr. Cho, Dr. Jameson, some of the other folks in the community, to take it and talk about what it was like, what type of arm pain, what he felt, if he had a fever, in order to show that we have confidence in it. He's told me many times he's read all the information, and if he's offered it, he's going to take it because he's confident in this vaccine. And I think we all want to hear that from our medical experts. So I hope if you have any questions, I can answer them, or I can actually write them down and we can make sure that the answers come back to you, because there's a lot of work to be done. And I want to say, as a resident of St. Pete, I'm so proud that you guys have done things like Restart St. Pete and Race to Safe, because it makes me proud to live here and be in this community. So again, thank you, and I'll take any questions. And Austin is here to help me as well. He's the brains, I'm the brawn.
Okay, thank you very much. Dr. Wanowich, Councilmember Wheeler-Bowman, I think you had some questions for Dr. Wanowich. Did you want Dr. Wanowich to come to the podium first?
Sure. Hi, Dr. W. Good. My question, and thank you for being here. I just wanted to know, can you hear me? Okay. Because you are our physician, I just wanted to know from you what you thought regarding the vaccinations. A lot of people have fear of even taking them, and so I just kind of wanted to hear from you, being my doctor. What are your thoughts?
Absolutely, and first of all, thank you, and 100% in agreement with everything that was said before me. I'm not sure if you had a chance, but I did send out an email today where I felt, because of all the discussion, that I had to take a stand and that I have to sort of let the community and the city and their employees know what my feeling is, and certainly I'm 100% in favor of and in support of the safety behind this vaccine. As I mentioned in that letter, there's a lot of unknowns in life in general. Every day we take risks, we make decisions without having the full set of knowledge behind us. With this vaccine, yes, it's not how other vaccines were made before, but the technology, and we're talking about the Pfizer and the Moderna vaccines, which is the mRNA, which all that is basically a mechanism to get our own cells to produce the protein of COVID, to which our antibody, our immune system fights against. So it's just a way to achieve the same ends, and as was stated, it's a far more efficient process to ramp up production when normal vaccines take incubation periods and we just can't get to the numbers that we need within the short amount of time to end this devastating pandemic. So the science has been around for a long time. It's the first time it's been applied to a vaccine. And again, because of the money that was poured into it, companies found the resources to do it in such a way that they can get it done. But the scientists behind it, the physicians, the health staff that are in support of it, all the research trials, there's enough integrity behind the research that has been done. And it's in the literature, if people take the time to read it, that I'm 100% confident in if they should agree, under the emergency use authorization, that it's no more dangerous than any new medication that comes to market. A diabetes pill, a hypertension pill. We know how it works. Do we know truly how it works 30 years from now and what it does to the body 30 years from now? So that's sort of going to be my approach when talking to patients. We know what COVID is. We know that it's devastating. It can kill you at worst, and the other long-term effects, if you do not pass away from it, are significant. So if we have a way to stop it, and it's only one part of the puzzle, the vaccine is going to be one big part of that, and we need to do our best to educate and really push the community to vaccinate as many as we can.
Okay, and once again, thank you for coming. I know last week it was mentioned by one of the council members, which it was on my radar as well because I have grandkids, and so if I'm able to take the vaccine and they're not, do we know when our kids will be able to be vaccinated? Or as far as the hierarchy, how are we going to figure out, who actually gets the vaccination?
Right. And so currently the contraindications to vaccination so far are pregnancy and those with immunosuppressed, conditions who are on immunosuppressants. There's just not enough data, and these patients were not enrolled in the studies, and pregnant women often are not enrolled in these studies, especially at the onset. Kids, they are starting to open up the research to children, I think, as more data is out there. And the thought is that it's just as safe in kids as it is in adults. But again, we know that kids are not as affected by COVID. They do not transmit it as much to adults, nor do they acquire it as much as adults do. So for the time being, I think the push is definitely to get it to those at greatest risk. But I imagine, months into it, once things are sort of running smoothly and the vaccine is actually being distributed and, we have a solid grasp on getting it to those in need, they'll quickly approve it for the use in kids, and, they'll follow shortly thereafter. But we're probably looking at, I imagine 3, 4, 5 months down the road, and that's just an estimate.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Malowich. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Gabbard.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councilwoman Lisa Wheeler-Bowman, for bringing up the kids issue, because that was definitely one that I had a lot of concern about. I was curious, and we talked about this last week, that I wanted a little bit more information about who we think will be responsible for giving out the vaccinations. I think, will it be the health department? I mean, will they come to hospitals? I mean, how is that going to roll out?
So right now, we have a system called Florida Shots, and that is our system with which we provide vaccines. And it's for any provider, for pediatricians, for doctors' offices. It's not required, but if you get vaccines for children, which are the free vaccines from the federal government, you have to use that system. So we are asking people to start going into that system and requesting COVID access, because eventually it will be like the flu shot. It will be like every other vaccine that you order. You go in and you order it, and it's directly shipped to you. So initially, there's going to be a very tight push. And like I said, if they do the EUA today, they're going to start driving vaccine down from the Midwest freezer farms to all the states to pre-stage them. So that's why I'm so excited, because they could be on the road today. Because there's so many limited vaccines, one group of vaccines are going to go to Tampa General Hospital in order to sort of park and wait until everything's ready. And then the other ones will be direct shipped depending on where they go. So initially it will be hospitals and the health department possibly to give out the vaccines until it's opened up. There's a large contingent of vaccine that's going to go to a pharmacy program with CVS and Eckerd, gosh, I'm old, CVS and Walgreens, and they're actually going to do the long-term care facilities, the residents and staff. So they've been poised, and if any of you use any of those different pharmacy chains, they've been pushing out messaging saying, we want to hire pharmacists and nurses because we need to do this big program. So they're going to get a good push. So they anticipate maybe 85 million doses in and of themselves to push out to the different long-term care facilities. So initially, it's going to be a very tight structure of people that can do it, and then it will eventually open up. And that's really my goal. We've been working with, Amber and emergency management to talk about what if we have to change the Tropicana site from testing to vaccination. We've talked about those plans. It's possible. It's not difficult to do vaccines in a car, but it's not the easiest way. So I'm hoping that we can get enough vaccine out into the community where we can put it in doctors' offices, put it into geriatric facilities, put it out there. We've even done vaccinations at schools, in years past. So could we do something like that? So can we do it in a parking lot? Absolutely. Do we have to? If we can get enough out there, then we won't need to. And there's nothing different, really. The Pfizer vaccine is a little bit challenging. I'm sure you've heard in the news. It's ultra cold. You have to reconstitute it. You can only use it for a certain amount of time. So that modeling, we have to really have an idea of who we're going to vaccinate. Because if you have a vial of 5 and you have to have 5 people in the queue, then the next vial of 5. So if you unfreeze a huge tray of them, you want to make sure that you have people in line to take them because you don't want to waste them. So initially it's going to be very tight, and then it's going to move on to hopefully everybody. But the vaccine is no different. You draw it, you give it. And right now, the Pfizer vaccine is 5 doses per vial. Most vaccines nowadays are single dose needles. So there's no waste. There's not a lot of drawing. There's not a lot of unfreezing and freezing. So it's just the manufacturers were tasked to get a lot out, and it's better to get it out in large quantities and large vials. So I can understand why they did it this way, and it's going to be a little bit tricky at the start, but ultimately I think we need to be prepared to have it as part of the regular vaccination program. Now, how long it lasts, we're not really sure. We've talked about a natural COVID immunity lasting for a while, but they're not sure. I've said that we've seen some people be reinfected. We're hoping this lasts a little bit longer, but that's a wait and see. Will we have to do this every year like flu? We'll wait and see. But the flu's a little bit different because it changes, it mutates. Could this mutate? The spike protein, if it mutates, it's not going to attach to your cell as well. So let's have it mutate. That'd be great, but I don't want it to be any stronger. So there's a lot to consider, and again, we learn every day. But yeah, my goal is to get it out to where it needs to be, where people can get it. And again, we'll have to consider access to care. That's always been a concern. That's why we did some pop-up testing sites with the Urban League. We went out to Child's Park, and we're going to have that in our back pocket to plan because, not everybody has a primary care physician. Not everybody can go to the urgent care. Now, I do want to say that the vaccine is free, but doctors' offices are allowed to charge an administration fee to insurance. If you don't have insurance, you won't be charged, but I think people need to understand that because if they see a charge on their bill, we had that discussion with some testing sites where they charged their insurance and people were concerned. So, they're trying to make it as part of the regular process. So I think that's why they're doing that. But, I'm looking forward to it. I'm excited. Amber and I had a great conversation about how the city would pick its people and how they would do the pilot and do surveys. And I think it's great. And I think we survey now. And Amber had a great idea. Ask if they're willing to take it, and if not, why? Can we get to those barriers? Can we figure out why you're concerned? Is it something about traditional needles, about traditional things? When we talk about the kids, we have a lot of children in our county who are not vaccinated for a lot of reasons, and it's really, really hard to make the parents believe in what we believe. So I preach it every day, and I hope that it will come and people will take the vaccine. But, I'm looking for the people that are on the fence and trying to show them. And I think that's why we pick the leaders and not just the health leaders. I think we find non-traditional leaders in the community who are willing to step up and say, I took it and I'm comfortable with it and I'm still going to wear my mask. Because there are people that are respected in the community that sometimes we can't ignore. We have to bring them into the fold and say, step with us and make sure that people understand that this is important.
Well, I definitely agree. I think we all do that. The more people we get vaccinated, the better. And that actually, it's kind of like you were looking at my notes, because the other day when I was watching it roll out in England, they were talking about they were using their community centers to, actually be able to kind of take it to the neighborhoods. So I was wondering if that's something that we've talked about. I mean, obviously it'll be a couple of steps in, but have we talked about actually utilizing our community centers and doing like what we did with the pop-ups?
It's definitely part of the strategies that we're looking at. So nothing is set in stone yet. We're kind of waiting for the process to evolve and see how it unfolds in this phase one and how we can start, looking to, get to all of our populations here in the city. And it will be a partnership with DOH, with the county, just like we did the pop-up testing sites. It takes a lot of partners to make it happen, but, one of the big goals is, the access to care and making sure that those folks have the access. So 100%, yes, we just don't have those set in stone yet because there's still so many moving pieces.
Right. And then my last question is just, and maybe you can share if they're even there yet with having this conversation. Since it's 2 doses, there's the fear that people won't go back for their second dose. So what does the follow-up look like to make sure that those people come back in?
Yeah. So there are vaccines now that have multiple doses, and hepatitis B is a great example.
Okay.
It's a 3-dose series, and it's been challenging to get people in on the right schedule and keep them engaged. The good news is the efficacy of the first dose from Pfizer, from what we've seen, could be up to 85%, but we want them to finish. So the Florida shot system is being poised to do reminder recalls, so it reminds people that they're due for their shot. And for Pfizer, it's 21 days plus or minus 5, so we can get them a little bit early or a little bit late. There's no good data about what happens if they don't take it and they want to take it 6 months later. We're not there yet. But I would suspect in traditional vaccinations like chickenpox and whatnot, we just give them the second dose when they can come. The other issue that we've discussed is once the market has more than one vaccine, how do we ensure that people take the right vaccine? And that's going to be a challenge. And what I suspect may happen is, depending on what clinic is doing what shot, we're going to check in the system for the first dose to ensure they've gotten which one. And we may have to turn people away and say, you need to go to this place because the Moderna is here and the Pfizer is here. So it's going to be tricky. This has never been a case where we've had multiple vaccines for a single, the flu shot the flu shot can have different manufacturers, but the strains are the same because they decide that the year before, and then they have to grow it, and then they have to produce it, and it's a very long process, which is why you haven't seen a course correction with the flu. So when you've heard flu shots sometimes are 40% effective or 60% effective, it depends on which of the strains that they've chosen the year before. So, and by the time they manufacture it, there's no way to turn around. So this mRNA, this technology is really exciting because they're even talking about using this for cancer. You can actually take the strand and teach your cells to recognize these proteins and then to train your immune system to find these proteins. So it's incredible. We're in the future,
Well, thank you. Thank you for all your hard work, and thank you, Amber and Dr. W. It was great seeing you guys in person. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So I've got just a couple questions. So you mentioned that if the Pfizer vaccine gets approved today, that maybe 174,000 doses would be sent next week to Florida, which seems like a very low amount. Do you have any other information, like how quickly other supplies or vaccines would be coming?
Yeah, there's been a schedule. They've been releasing what they believe Florida will be getting at different weeks. If Moderna, who's on a week behind Pfizer, gets approved, then there'll be about 374,000 coming that next week. So there's another batch. And there's, millions of doses that they're planning week by week, but it's just a matter of once everything gets approved and how we're going to start pushing this out. And then the real work of figuring out the populations, how we're going to target first, and how we get everybody involved. So we had some discussions about part of the target group are those with comorbidities or, diabetes and all these things. Well, traditionally, we don't ask people when they're getting a vaccine, hey, you have to have diabetes or hypertension or anything to get it. So I suspect we're not going to ask people for their comorbidities. We're just going to give it out as a matter of trust, because the more we give out, the better it would be. And there are a lot of folks in our community with a lot of comorbidities. Dr. Jameson always reminds me, people don't think about their hypertension because it's controlled. So they don't say, oh, I have hypertension because their blood pressure is fine, because they take a pill every day. So we need to think about all those things that are important. And I think it would be easy for us to push the 65 and older group. We've talked about going to places like the mainlands and mobile home parks and all these things, because there's transportation issues for that group as well. So there's a lot of nuances of how we're going to push this out. And I think with emergency management and all the cities, we're going to have to figure out who goes next and then who goes next. Everybody is really important. The interesting thing about COVID is we've seen how important all of our workers can be. Utilities, how incredibly important they are. There's so many important groups for so many different reasons. It's a struggle to be able to pick. And I think I agree with the challenge with we don't have anything for kids, but we have the adults. So it's the marketing and the management of letting people know that we're going to get there. It's just going to take a while. And I think that's the unfortunate part is I know that a lot of people, I know a lot of different friends and family members that have been shuttered in their home for months now, and they need respite. And I think getting the elderly population this vaccine as soon as we can could bring some normalcy to them and let them live their lives. But yeah, it's going to be a challenge. And I think with messaging as much as we can and letting people know that we really want everybody to get it as fast as we can, but we only have so much vaccine to pass out.
Okay, good. Thank you. So when you talk about children, like where's the cutoff? Is there, is it 16, 18?
Right now, 16? They did not have enough under 16 to make the safety choice, so they're adding the 16-year-olds now, and then they're going to add women who are pregnant. They have to slowly add them and get them in enough population that they believe the safety data is there. And, for this particular these tests, they have to let people get the disease. So they either get the vaccine or the placebo, and they have to wait for them to maybe get the vaccine or not, or the disease or not. So, that's not an easy process as well. And as we go forward, you may have heard that in the UK, there were 2 instances of adverse reactions for somebody who had anaphylactic issues. So they already had allergic reaction issues. They had an allergic reaction. They have resolved since then, but now we want to ask the question of folks, do you have allergy issues? And give them the choice where they will still get the vaccine or not.
Okay. Well, there's just there's a lot of questions, and I appreciate you being here, and Dr. Wanowich and Austin. Thank you for being here to answer some of them. Councilmember Blackman, you're up next.
Thank you very much, Chair, and yes, thank you so much for all the information. This has been very, very enlightening, and we haven't had to search around online for a bunch of conflicting opinions, so I really appreciate this. Just one quick question was, you mentioned people getting, I guess you were saying, I didn't understand if it was, if you're getting your follow-up or not, but getting the right vaccine, is it kind of just you take what you can get, or will certain people be looking to get a certain brand, or what would be the status of that?
Well, each EUA will have its population with which we can vaccinate. So like I said, right now, nobody under 16 can get any of the vaccines because it's not approved. And it's emergency use, so it's a quick process. If we target the long-term care facilities, And the people over 65, we're going to give them as much as we can, as fast as we can, whether it's Pfizer or Moderna. But we can't give them Pfizer and Moderna. We have to give them Moderna, and there's different schedules. So Pfizer is within 21 days, the Moderna is 28. So I can guarantee that people will get confused. So we will have to be the subject matter expert and make sure that they understand. So we've even talked about a simple, either a QR code or a color or something. They will get a vaccine card. You know, that's a traditional process that we do where we say, here's your card within 21 days, and we write the date so they know the actual date that they're supposed to come back, and then give them a reminder recall. But, you know, you're right. If we were to run out of the Pfizer, then what do we do? So these are the really sticky nuances that we're going to have to figure out.
So you were basically talking about cross-dosing as opposed to targeting from the first shot one or the other.
Well, we're going to target what we have.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so if we get, you know, the 174,000 of Pfizer, and then we get the Moderna at the same time we have Pfizer left over, I think we're just going to start pushing out as much as we can. I've seen the efficacy of both have been very great. I think in phase 3, we'll have the luxury of picking which one we want, which would be nice, because then you can say, oh, I think I'll take this one or this one, because they are different technology. So the ones that we've talked about, the Pfizer and Moderna, are the mRNA. There are others that are different technologies that are going to be different vaccines and may have different issues with them. So, you know, I think people need to read as much as they can and ask their physician or ask medical advice about that, because there could be different, once the EUAs are approved, there could be different things like, okay, this particular population should not take this vaccine.
Thank you very much. I'd shake your hand, but that's frowned upon, so.
Well, thank you again for the information. I do have just one more question. So our walk-in clinic, and do facilities like our walk-in clinic, do they need like a special freezer to store this vaccine?
If the Pfizer vaccine is the one that we're getting,
Mhm.
there is a special freezer that has to be minus 80 degrees Celsius,
Oh, wow.
which is really, really low.
Okay.
So there are locations in the community that have those.
Okay.
And so the vaccine can be poised there. However, Pfizer has a proprietary transportation box that they have created that uses dry ice and a mechanism with which it monitors the temperature, that it can last for up to 5 days by itself. So you can receive the box and you can use it for 5 days. So that's a lot of the logistics that we're talking through about how to work that. The Moderna is not that complicated, so we're looking forward to the Moderna because it's going to be just like a regular vaccine. All vaccines have to be kept in temperature and they have to be monitored. So that's the good news is that all vaccines have already gone through these process, but the Pfizer is very tricky, and there's a lot of components that we have to consider. But every vaccine that we have, regardless of the type, you have to monitor cold chain. So you have to take temperatures, you have to document it, because if there's a variance of temperature, you have to throw it away.
Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you again for coming in and answering our questions. I don't see other council members requesting to speak. Thank you, Dr. W. Thank you, Austin. Thank you, Amber, for being in today. And
You know where we are, so just stop by. We'll be happy to.
right around the corner. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. The council will now take up E6A, which is a resolution accepting $3.2 million from the county. Deputy Mayor, do we have, did you want to speak on this, or Mr. Green?
Very happy to, or tell them who you're going to.
Yeah.
We have Ann Fritz and Boreana Pollard, as well as the deputy mayor, and mayor and I have all been participating in this. But I'm going to turn it over to Ann. I might come back with some summation comments.
Okay. Good afternoon, Ann.
Good afternoon. Nice to see you all again. In front of you today is a joint effort that has been citywide relating to CARES eligible expenditures that could be reimbursable depending on awards available throughout the, through the county. So this is the actual agreement with the county that sets forth the terms and conditions and eligibility amounts for the city. And based upon our kind of estimates that we're having, you know, we have eligible CARES Act expenses that are above the amount that has been allocated to the city. You know, I would expect that everybody and every business in the world has that eligible expenses that could be reimbursable under some program that they're never going to get recovery for. You know, this is a national crisis, so it's not going to be like a hurricane where we can track and be able to get 100% reimbursement or even anything close to that. So, however, we have been tracking quite a bit, and we have been tracking for both FEMA eligible expenditures that have their own specific criteria, as well as tracking what could be eligible under CARES Act if we were so awarded that. So this actually allows the agreement. Right now, the limit is around $3.2 million, and you know, if there was any change in that coming, the resolution would support that amount could be then changed if that is done so by the county. I'm open for any questions, and we also have our internal auditor, Boreana, who's been very, very involved in this whole process as well. There's a tremendous amount of criteria and documentation required for all of the tracking and auditing of those expenditures.
Okay, and can you tell us where the funds will be going if this resolution passes? What part of the budget?
Sure. Again, we have, you know, certainly we want to prioritize. I would think public safety has kind of been our priority in tracking to make sure that we're tracking those, you know, anything related specifically to COVID. So it would go back then to the general fund as a reimbursement, because some of these costs have already incurred, some of them in last fiscal year, okay, that have eligibility. So again, depending on the award criteria and then, you know, and then the determination of the prioritization of public safety, that would most probably be then general fund.
It will drop to the general fund balance.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Welcome.
I'll entertain a motion to approve the resolution that's before us.
Move approval?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the resolution before us to accept just over $3.2 million from Pinellas County for reimbursement of the coronavirus. Mr. Clerk, do we have any cards on this item?
No cards.
Seeing no further requests to speak, will the clerk please open the machine for voting? Council members, please cast your vote. Seeing all, Councilmember Foster? Seeing all council members have voted, will the clerk please tally and announce the vote?
Mr. Chair, the motion to approve agenda item E6A passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. The final item on the COVID-19 update is F1, a discussion on public virtual participation. Councilmember Gabbard.
Thank you, Chair. So I brought this item forward on adds and deletes after our council meeting last Thursday. There was quite a bit, and I'm sure several of you probably saw it as well, conversation going around on social media, and I had been reached out to by individuals that were concerned in a time of COVID with cases rising and people wanting to be able to participate in public comment, not only during open forum, but also on items, why we as the city were not allowing any sort of hybrid participation option. That's the question that was posed, and frankly, I did not have a good answer for it. I'm a board member for Forward Pinellas, and we have a hybrid system where we allow public participation, and it works very, very well. It's a very seamless process there. I know that the city of Largo has also been doing the same. I'm not sure about our other municipalities, but we have the technology. We were, up until this week, allowing staff to do it, so that was another concern that had come up with the public, and I know that that's now changed based upon direction of staff. But I wanted just to bring this forward so that we could have a conversation about it here on the dais. It's my intention always, with everything that we do, that we give as much opportunity for public input and that the democratic process can work the way that it should. I don't want people sitting at home feeling afraid to come out and speak to us because they're afraid of getting COVID. We have the technology, we have the ability. I've had several conversations with Deputy Mayor about it. She's been very open and very forthright that, yes, the technology exists. We've put it in place. It's really the will of this body as to whether or not we allow that and what that looks like. Recognizing that we would have to set very clear expectations for the public. But, I wanted to bring it up. I thought that it warranted conversation, and we owe it to our community to provide as much opportunity for access to us while keeping them safe as possible. So I'll leave my comments there because I would love to hear how everyone else feels.
Okay. Council members, anybody else have any comments before I weigh in? Councilmember Rice.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I'd like to know from legal what our choices are, and what kind of flexibility we have. And there's open forum, and there's public hearings, and there's also an opportunity at the end of the meeting as well. And I wasn't sure if public hearings present a different standard for in-person requirements, but if you could just refresh my memory on what our legal guidelines are.
So sure. So as long as council is physically present, a quorum of city council, you can allow the virtual public comment. I'd say the only possible exception to that we might want to explore is the quasi-judicial proceeding, depending on the nature of the quasi-judicial proceeding and whether or not there was any objection to that by any of the parties. That's the only thing that may be more challenging. That's not to say it can't be done, but that's the only one that I think would require a little additional discussion on the logistics of that.
Okay. Well, generally, I'm fully in support of this. I think anything that we can do to make public participation easier, to make it more available, more accessible for people to participate. I think that's absolutely the right direction to go in. And, I'd be open-minded to looking at how that's something that we could accommodate regardless of the pandemic situation. So I'm totally in support of, having more of this conversation.
All right. Thank you. Well, Councilmember Foster.
I just wanted to share my support of my colleagues. This is something that other municipalities have done for a long time. It's something I brought up early in my tenure, and at the time the technology wasn't where it needed to be for that to happen seamlessly. I think it's one of the silver linings of COVID that we've been forced to figure out how to make things work better remotely, even though there are technological challenges. And I think anytime we can have more public participation, it is better for the decisions that we make. So I would support this and would make a motion that we come up with a plan to make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor and a second. Councilmember Gabbard.
I'll wait until any other council member that hasn't spoke.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Blackman.
I just wanted to say also, I agree with Councilmember Gabbard that any measure of public participation that we can bring to the table and input is always good for the decision-making process, which I think moving into next year might also be an interesting time to revisit the idea of the Facebook Live motion that I presented and having more public input for for different issues. So I agree, more public participation is great for the democratic process, and I'd like to hopefully revisit that in this vein come the new year.
Okay. Thank you. Well, let me just say, when we, over the course of this year, when, as we went through different parts of the year, we weren't sure if the governor was going to extend his executive order and allow virtual public meetings. So as the year went on, I would have these conversations with administration and with legal. And legal's initial take was, if council was in person, then the public should be in person. So when we finally got to the point where we didn't have the governor did not extend his executive order to allow virtual meetings, it seemed to me like a good time to go ahead, and if we're going to meet in person, the public should be here in person with us. And that's kind of the logic that I used. We still are having some technology issues. We just had one last week with a staff member, and we've had some technology issues with the public also. They may not have a updated version of Zoom that seemed to be compatible, and then Chan would have to make, some sort of like bring them up to a panelist. There was always some little thing, so it just seemed to me to be like a clear point in time to go ahead and make the transition. And if council was meeting in person, the public could meet in person. As someone that has sat through a lot of meetings before I came on city council, I think the Peer Task Force was probably the one where we had like 61 meetings and we had a whole lot of public input. I totally I'm on board with having as much public input as possible. The thing that I try to think about is getting our work done efficiently and not getting bogged down with technology type problems. They tend to slow our business down, and they tend to be somewhat frustrating. So that's something that I think needs to be kind of thrown into this conversation. And if we do decide to move forward and allow the public to participate virtually, I think that would be a conversation that the chair would have with administration on how we go about doing something like that, so that it can be as clean and as efficient as possible. So let me stop right there, and I'll recognize Councilmember Gabbard next.
If it's okay, Chair, I mean, there are two other people who haven't spoke yet.
Sure.
So.
Okay, let's go next to Vice Chair Driscoll.
Thank you, Chair. What about other public meetings? Is DRC, CVBC, CRA, any of those doing virtual as part of their public comment, or are all of our public meetings at this time including in-person public participation only?
Is that a question for me? I mean, the suggestions
Could be, or maybe the city clerk's office might know, since they set up the meetings.
What's the question?
How are other public meetings being conducted in our city? Are other boards and committees, is it consistent? Everyone is doing the in-person public comment, or are any of those meetings allowing for virtual public comment?
They're all doing
Everything is
In person, public comments in person.
Okay, so if we make these changes, it would have to, this change, I think it should be across the board, so we have a consistent policy. So I'm wondering what that means for those other meetings.
So I can speak to that a bit. I mean, I do think that's a philosophical or prerogative of the way we decide. I don't know that one dictates all of them. I have had the chance to contemplate the
burden on staff to facilitate virtual comment at every council meeting, at every point in which the public has a chance to speak, and that is something we are prepared to take on. We figured out how to do that. I'd like to think about and look at the schedule and talk to staff about the number of meetings that are involved with public comment to have a more comprehensive understanding of what it would mean to facilitate that for every public meeting. I don't have a conclusive answer or position on that. I haven't had a chance to contemplate that. But it will be, even if we just do it here, it will be additional responsibility for staff. We would need to transfer that from Chan's scope into IT, operationalize it permanently. It's certainly something that we can do. Philosophically, we agree with the idea of access. We just have to work through that. One thing we would also want to be sure to work through, to the expectations or mutual agreement of council, is how the order of public comment would happen as it relates to who showed up here and who dialed in, and how and when that would be addressed, and make sure that everybody is on the same page with that, particularly the public, as it relates to who would be called on when and how. So there are some logistics around it. It's not something we can just flip a switch and say next week let's do public comment, although this is the last meeting of the year.
Okay,
But we still will need time to work on it.
thank you. That's all I have. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Gabbard?
So Deputy Mayor kind of talked about a couple of the things I wanted to follow up with, was that prioritization of if I choose to stay home and I'm on the call, but there are people who physically came into the space, what is that prioritization? I mean, certainly I had a conversation with Jackie about that and with Deputy Mayor, recognizing that there will be some conversation that you as the chair will need to have with staff about that. And that will be something that, you know, the public will have to understand, that we have to create rules around. So that was something that I did want to kind of talk about. And then the other thing I just wanted to bring up for consideration of this body is something that we had talked about, Jackie and I, regarding an end date for this, to, you know, will this go on forever, even after COVID is over? I don't know if that's something that we as a body want to discuss today. There is a movement statewide. If you have not heard about it, I know Forward Pinellas has been engaging in the conversation. The Florida League of Cities is looking at making part of their legislative agenda this year, actually being able to have these hybrid type meetings going forward, even after COVID. I don't know if the legislature will take that up or not, but it is something that is becoming more of a movement now that we've kind of lived in this world for almost a year now, and we see what technology can do. So I just wanted to kind of put that on everyone's radar, that, well, we may want to look at there being an end date that maybe corresponds with the emergency order that we're currently under, the executive order for COVID-19, that could change going down the road if the legislature sees fit that we have that ability for everyone. So I wanted to kind of throw those things out there as well for conversation.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Blackman.
Councilmember Gabbard, I think, is a psychic, because I wanted to ask about a sunset date for this. And basically, I just was wondering what the other municipalities and bodies that she referenced, if she knew what their protocol was. But what I guess I would say from my personal feeling is I'd be comfortable supporting the hybrid as long as we're under a state of emergency. I really don't want to go, beyond that scope right now. But yeah, I'd be supportive while we're still under a local state of emergency of going hybrid.
Okay, thank you. That's how I would feel also. I could see doing it under the state of emergency, but then I would like to get back to just normal business. So.
Understood.
So we have a motion and a second on the floor. Can the maker of the motion repeat what the motion is?
I actually don't remember. It was that I supported the idea of staff exploration of how to make hybrid public participation possible in meetings.
Okay. So thank you. So we have a motion and a second. The clerk, please open the machine for voting.
Chair, does the
Councilmember.
motion need to state that it would sunset with the emergency order?
Would you be amenable to amending your motion?
I mean, that wasn't my motion.
Okay.
She also only said explore.
Yeah.
It wasn't kind of finite either.
Yeah, okay.
Mr. Chair, if I could just add one comment, and of course here, because it requires administration staff
Mhm.
to accomplish the virtual meetings, this would be an expression of council support or a request by council, which is
Why I used the word
how
explore.
Councilmember Foster phrased it was fine.
Okay.
But to bring it to fruition would require the approval and implementation by administration.
Okay. All right, very good. We have a motion and a second on the floor. Do we have any cards on this item?
No cards.
The clerk, please open the machine for voting. Council members, please cast your votes. Seeing all council members have voted, will the clerk please tally and announce the vote?
Mr. Chair, the motion regarding agenda item F1 to explore hybrid meetings passes unanimously.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We'll move on to I3. It's our first public hearing, and I'll introduce Liz Abernathy, Planning and Development Director.
Chair, I'm sorry, could we read the title first, please?
Yes. Please read the title.
3, those are assessments. I2 and 3 are assessments.
I think you meant I1.
3 o'clock public hearing.
Okay. I1. Proposed ordinance 450-H, an ordinance approving a third amendment to the development agreement for property generally located at the northeast corner of 9th Avenue North and 66th Street, related to the residential... 66th Street North, related to the residential portion of the property, recognizing that the subject amendment is by and between West Florida PPH LLC as the owner of the commercial property, AH St. Petersburg LLC, which has succeeded both Robert N. Lynch as Bishop of the Diocese of St. Petersburg as the owner of the residential property, and DSSA LLC property as the developer of the residential property in the city of St. Petersburg, authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute the amendment to the agreement and providing an effective date. We have no cards for this item.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Liz, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Elizabeth Abernathy, your Director of Planning and Development Services. So the timing of this item after the COVID report was pretty appropriate because the reason we're here today for this amendment does directly relate to the COVID pandemic. And with me here today is Alan Brown from Bavarian representing the applicant, who will be available for questions. I'll give you a brief presentation and we'll open it up for questions. So this is, as the clerk mentioned, a property that's located at 66th and 9th Avenue North. And the request relates to the residential portion of the property. I'll show you a graphic of that in a moment. And it is to increase the overall total square footage on that residential portion from a little over to 262,000 to 276,000 and change square feet. Total project increase is just under 15,000 square feet or 5.7%. And that does increase the FAR slightly. And the main purpose is to increase the skilled nursing building, which is the next phase, from a little over 49,000 square feet to 96,000 square feet for the purpose of accommodating greater separation and isolation, which has been deemed necessary for the treatment and care of COVID-19 patients. So this table just is a reflection of what was on the Second Amendment versus a Third Amendment. So there is a slight modification to the mix of residential units between the memory care, ALF, independent, and skilled nursing beds. This graphic shows you where the residential portion of the project is, which is adjacent to the Diocese St. Pete Catholic High School. And the commercial parcels still remain undeveloped. This is an old aerial if you've been out there lately. Majority of the residential parcel is under construction, and I'll show you a couple of photographs of that in a moment too, to show you where they are and talk about the status. This graphic just depicts the future land use, residential medium and residential office general, and our zoning on the parcel of NSM and CRS. The development agreement dates back to 2010, was amended in 2012 and again in 2016 to accommodate the current project that is under construction. And their site plan modifications also follow the same modification process as the property and project came to fruition. So this is the previous site plan, and the main difference again is going to be this rear building in the back, which is the nursing home facility. Go to the next slide, you'll see that that building has been increased in size. So this graphic shows you where the future commercial will be and the portion of the project that is currently under construction and just about complete. Again, current construction, the name of the project is America House St. Pete, and that will have 66 independent living units, 75-bed ALF, a 40-bed memory care facility, and they are trying to get that done by the end of the month, and I'm sure Alan can answer any questions about that. The next phase is the 120-bed skilled nursing facility that is in the design phase, and they'd like to commence construction in 2021, contingent on this amendment to the development agreement and the corresponding site plan. There is the ability for a future expansion of 20 beds. So this is an aerial view of the first phase looking west, and these are the buildings that are currently under construction. A front view of the main entrance to the building from the east side. And that does conclude my presentation. Again, the amendment will accommodate the addition of a little under 15,000 square feet total for the project to allow the increase in size for the skilled nursing facility. It does not increase the density or the development on the previously approved plan and remains consistent with our comprehensive plan. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available, as is Alan, for any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. Why don't we hear from the public next?
We have no cards for this item.
Okay. We'll close the public hearing then, and Councilmember Blackman, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. This is a parcel that's been vacant, as the presentation said, for a long time. Construction looks great so far. The developer's been working closely with the neighborhood to make sure that all, and city staff to make sure that everybody's happy. And I really appreciate the developer is making this change to adapt to the changing healthcare climate with COVID and distancing and needs associated. So very excited for the completion of construction. It's a good thing for the neighborhood, good thing for the city, and excited for this vote. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Blackman. I'll entertain a motion to approve the ordinance.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve ordinance 450-H. Seeing no further requests to speak, will the clerk please open the machine for voting? Council members, please cast your votes. Seeing all council members have voted, will the clerk please tally and announce the vote? Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Congratulations. Council will now move on to reports and take up E10, the Red Tent Women's Initiative. Councilmember Rice.
Thank you, Chair. Well, it is such a pleasure and an honor to introduce our next speaker, Barbara Rohde, who is the founder of the Red Tent Women's Initiative and was recently highlighted and honored by L'Oreal as one of the 10 women of worth. And Barbara Rohde is a licensed marriage and family therapist, and she discovered through volunteer work with Goodwill that the root cause of most incarceration was unresolved trauma. So Barbara Rohde created a program that provides incarcerated women the skills they need to understand the unresolved trauma behind the life path they have chosen. And in the words of Josette Green, her CEO, she said, Barbara Rohde created a science-based program, took it to the jail, and asked if they would implement it at her cost. And they said, sure, but no one will sign up. And within 2 weeks, there was a wait list, and it's been going ever since. So everyone, I introduce to you Barbara Rohde. Thank you for being with us today.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity to come and speak to you. As you kindly said, I started this program in 2012 at our jail, and I did that for a few different reasons. My work at Goodwill for years and my clinical work showed me how isolated a lot of women were feeling, especially women who had been through the criminal justice system. And I would watch at Goodwill how when their children would come for a visit, we were not just traumatizing the mom by pulling her away from the family, but we were also traumatizing the children. So it stayed in my mind and heart for years that we've got to do something here. In fact, the number of women behind bars has gone up 750% in the last decade. We are incarcerating women, and most of them are mothers of young children. So after reading Anita Diamant's The Red Tent, a fiction, which really touched me about how she depicted we used to put up these tents in the middle of the community or the village so women who are hurting, hurting or going through changes, grieving, traumatized, would have a place to go where other women could join them and mentor and coach. And the men in the community would also support it, knowing that if a woman heals, everybody heals, the family, the community. So I read that, and that had a very big effect on me. And then I went to an estate sale a few weeks later in my neighborhood in St. Pete, and everything seemed different really quickly to me in this estate sale. I love garage sales and stuff like that. But everything was different. Everything this woman owned was for sale. And I ran into a neighbor there who told me that that was her daughter by the front door collecting the money. And this woman had been through a really difficult divorce, and she took her life a few months ago. So I thought, I'm going to leave. I felt something different. But instead, I went up to her bedroom, and it was like something pulled me up to her bedroom. And I went up there, and there on her nightstand was a copy of The Red Tent. So I bought it. I brought it home. And within days, I said to my husband, I've got to start a red tent somewhere. And I really want to start it at the jail because that's where women feel the most forgotten, disenfranchised, overlooked. And luckily, at the same time, we got a check from BP for the oil spill. My husband's an architect, and things had really slowed down. So I took that money and went down to the jail and said, I have an idea. I'd like to start a trauma-informed program for the women, and I've got the money. I'll hire my own part-time teacher and part-time group leader as long as you'll let us do this and give us some space. It took about 8 months, but doors opened, and the jail gave us a really nice room, and they warned me, as you said, women will not come because they're so depressed. They try to sleep their sentence off. But within 3 weeks, we had a waiting list, and that was in 2012. We've served about 1,000 women. The jail's recidivism rate is about 44% return within a year. Usually, quite honestly, pretty quickly they return. Our recidivism rate is 76% of our women do not go back to jail. When they come to us in the class, first of all, we hand them an embroidery hoop or a crochet hook, because I also read the brain research that when women do things with their hands, they produce more oxytocin that makes them feel safe and secure. I wanted these women to come into a room where they would immediately feel put at ease, safe. So they make things with their hands while we saturate them with trauma-informed programming, assertiveness training, conflict resolution, parenting skills, the whole cycle of addiction. And we help them realize that the trauma they went through as children, teenagers, young adults, 6 months ago, is what led to the substance abuse. Our women are nonviolent offenders. They're sentenced. There's 15 in the class at a time. And we've just been amazed at the changes that these women report to us by being in a safe environment and learning finally that what they went through, sex trafficking, incest, witnessing domestic violence, being the victim of domestic violence, is what led to that downward spiral of substance abuse. And when they begin to connect those dots, they have other power and choices and ways to, begin to decide, I want to live my life differently. So we've just developed our curriculum, formalized it with somebody from Stanford University, a Dr. Walker, and we're ready to take this to other jails and prisons. This is a really easy grassroots program that is affecting recidivism and making our community safer. Questions?
That was so powerful and so insightful. Barbara, could you talk a little bit about your thoughts about how we could support or expand this type of work?
Yes. The jail has actually asked us to open a second class because of that waiting list, and they are seeing the good effects of our work. So we're trying to raise the funds right now to open a second class. We also provide the women support when they get out of jail. So we stay in touch. We have a counselor who works with them on their trauma symptoms. We need help taking this to that next level. We've created something at the jail that really could be all over the world, but I'm okay just starting with the state of Florida right now and getting it into other jails and prisons so that these women do not return and cause such havoc in their families. So anything you can do to help us open the doors to expand, to grow, would be greatly appreciated. I brought some cards, too, if I could pass those around. Is that allowed?
Great, sure.
Thank you.
Well, let me just start off by saying, first of all, thank you to Councilmember Rice for bringing this before us. And Ms. Rohde, that was a very powerful statement that you just talked to us about.
Thank you.
And talk about making a difference in people's lives. It looks like that's what you're doing in such a positive way. I saw recently, within the last couple of months, a news documentary about women in prison that were pregnant, and they had their child. And I forget where I saw it, but they went to the hospital, had the child, and they were only with their child for like a day, and then they had to go back to prison, and they had this immediate separation from their child.
Right.
And just how emotionally devastating that was for these women. So what you just shared with us reminded me of that.
Thank you.
And the emotions that go on, and how do you deal with those emotions? So thank you for what you're doing, and I would be supportive of trying to help expand this in where we can. So thank you for being here. Thank you, Councilmember Rice, for bringing this to us.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Council, let's move on to E1. I'll introduce Evan Moore, our Parking and Transportation Director. Good afternoon, Evan.
Good afternoon, Chair, Council, Deputy Mayor. That'd be a tough report to follow, but I hope that this report is also perceived as good news. I do have a PowerPoint presentation to share with you. It's brief. This is an agreement with FDOT, somewhat similar to the one that I brought to you a couple months ago. It'll be to install a traffic signal at the off-ramp of I-275 and 31st Street. It's a different presentation. No. Yes. All right. Thank you very much. Just orientation for you here. This ramp is for northbound only. It's an off ramp for northbound, and then you can also get on the interstate southbound here, right in the middle of the screen. Here's an aerial view of the current geometry of this of the intersection. You can see right now there's one dedicated right turn lane exiting the interstate, and then a through left. The through movement is really just into a driveway of a private business. Street level view here, and you can see it's quite a large intersection. There's no traffic signal, there's no stop control for 31st Street, but there is a stop control for the exiting of the interstate traffic. And as you can see in this picture, there's not much traffic on 31st Street, but there's still a queue of vehicles trying to turn left. And what happens is it backs up so far that people will go ahead and make that right-hand turn because they can get off the ramp more quickly. But a lot of people want to go north here, so what they do is they go down and they make an illegal U-turn to go back north. And we're trying to eliminate that because it is a safety issue, and also there's time wasted with this long delay for trying to go northbound. So the project is a new signal mast arm, but we're also going to do other improvements along here. We're going to improve the sidewalk, curb ramps, the bike lanes, and crosswalks. And this is going to be built by one of FDOT's contractors, but we've been coordinating with them on this project for a couple years now. So we'll be able to reduce the excessive delay that I explained earlier, improve safety at the intersection, reduce or eliminate the illegal U-turns, and also fulfill the goals by a couple of the adjacent businesses. Those two goals are, first off, the reason I came back to this picture is I want you to see the driveway on the right-hand side of this screen. That's into structural steel. That driveway, you can see the cross slope on it is very steep. So cars will bottom out here, trucks will bottom out here, but more importantly, this is a sidewalk that has a really terrible cross slope. So that's going to be fixed to meet ADA requirements so that people can get through here on wheelchairs and other devices in a much more safe manner. And then also we're able to work with the distillery just north of here to add a couple loading zones out front. And this is the draft geometry, new geometry of the intersection. A couple things I'd like to point out is that there's going to be a dedicated right-hand turn lane exiting the ramp. So that's going to be a lot safer than merging into the southbound lane of southbound traffic. And then there's going to be a through lane and a dedicated left. So we're picking up one extra lane coming off the interstate. And then as you go north and south, you can see that there's a dedicated right-hand turn lane onto the ramp instead of a right-hand turn lane with through. So that's going to reduce rear-end collisions. And the bike lane will be improved as well, as I mentioned earlier. So I think you'll find that this is very financially advantageous to the city because our responsibility is a $100,000 payment to FDOT. We're also going to have to pay to get the mast arm painted bronze because the FDOT standard is bare metal. Our standard is to paint it. So we're making that investment. And then since 31st Street is a city-owned roadway, we will have some expenses to tie in the new striping to our existing striping on 31st Street. And FDOT is contributing over $600,000 to this endeavor. Fortunately, we have funds that are already appropriated by council available for the project. So there's no funding request today. We would use up the remainder of the FY17 signal funding and $58,000 from our traffic safety program. With that, I'd request approval and be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Mr. Maury. Mr. Clerk, do we have any cards on this item?
No cards for this item.
All right, thank you. We'll go into executive session. Councilmember Fig Sanders.
Hi, Mr. Moore. Thank you for the presentation. I drive 31st Street going north quite regularly, and now, because of all the growth downtown, a lot of people, as you noticed, get off on this to go downtown. And it lines up, especially if we have anyone that pushes that crosswalk to go, you know, the path, the trail, and it has traffic all the way back to where we're proposing to put the light. So how are we going to address that when the traffic is lined up down 31st Street and the light changes? Have we looked at that? Because that's like all the time, especially in the morning and in the afternoon when you have that and people use that crosswalk. It has the traffic backed up all the way to this intersection. Have we thought about how we're going to address that?
I think when we do have instances where somebody's crossing the trail and the light is interacting with that, there could be some delay there, but it's fairly infrequent. And the delay that's going to be caused on 31st Street is not going to be nearly as severe as the delay that we're fixing on the off-ramp. And
Okay, I mean, because it's a good plan, but yeah, it does line up on a regular basis, because I use 31st because that's how you get to the post office and downtown and everywhere else. So, okay, so that's going to be interesting to see what that time delay looks like. Thank you. That's it, Chair.
All right, thank you. I'll entertain a motion for approval of the resolution before us.
Move approval?
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the resolution before us. Seeing no further requests to speak, will the clerk please open the machine for voting? Council members, please cast your votes. Seeing all council members have voted, will the clerk please tally and announce the vote?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Thank you, Evan. We'll move next to E2, 2020 Repetitive Loss Analysis Report. Mr. Noah Taylor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me back again, second time today. All right. So I'm just here to report on the annual repetitive loss area analysis that is required by the Community Rating System program, and I will be brief. First off, let's start with a summary. What is a repetitive loss area analysis, and why do we need it? So the repetitive loss area analysis is required by the Community Rating System program. We were ranked that we got 134 out of 140 points total in the program. That's only 6 missing points, and that's because we have outlying properties that don't fall within these repetitive loss areas. The area is determined by looking at each adjacent property to a repetitive loss property. So the structure, when it becomes a repetitive loss property, has to have 2 or more claims of $1,000 or more in a 10-year rolling period, and that's since 1978. If it's a severe repetitive loss structure, then it's 4 or more claims that are greater than $5,000, and at least 2 claims that cumulatively exceed the building's reported value. So when we look at these properties, we find that in Shore Acres, there's 1,530 properties, and you can see that there are 247 that are what are considered repetitive loss properties, but only 24 of those are the severe repetitive loss I mentioned earlier. You can see the claims up there are over 17 million, and then the total loss in claims since 1978 is over 13 billion there. And then the majority of the buildings are slab on grade, and that's one of the reasons we see so many of those properties that get flooded on a repetitive basis. Next, we have Riviera Bay, where you can see 370 properties, and 54 of their properties qualify as repetitive loss, whereas only 5 are severe repetitive loss. Again, their average flood claims are over 13 million, and then you can see since 1978, it's over 2 billion. Then we have, yeah. And then we have the 62% of the buildings are one-story slab on grade. And bear in mind, this does not account for the current recent storm Eta that came through. I don't have that data yet. And finally, it should be mentioned that all of these structures are in the special flood hazard area, AE, with a BFE of 9 feet. All right, so in conclusion, based on the data, we can see that all the structures are in that special flood hazard area. And typically, the flooding is caused by heavy rains, high tides, storm surge from wind events, tidally influenced street drainage, and wake from vehicles. Some of the possible mitigation measures mentioned are acquisition, elevation of the houses above the 1% annual flood level, which I mentioned earlier was the base flood elevation of 9 feet. Dry flood proofing, that, however, should be noted that that does not circumvent the 49% rule. Utility protection, drainage improvements, and maintaining that flood insurance coverage on the buildings. Are there any questions?
We do. Thank you, Noah. Councilmember Gabbard.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Noah. Good to see you again, twice in one day. On one of your earlier slides, and I apologize, I don't have the actual number of the slide. It was where we talk about the number of points that we get, and you talk about those points that we don't get because we don't know the properties because they're outside of those areas. Can you explain to me again, I think we've talked about this in the past, but is there a way that we can ever get those extra points, and what does it do to us by not having them?
Sure. So it, as I understand from the ISO that looks at the CRS program and audits us, those are, because they're outside and they're single individual properties, if we should map them, then we would call out what house that was. And since that's privacy protected data, it doesn't make sense. Also, they're scattered throughout the entire city. So we would be looking at structures all over the city, which would require more staff time and driving to each one of those individual structures as opposed to just focusing on the 2 areas.
Right. And what is the negative to us for not being able to map those properties? Because it's a loss of points, so does that mean it affects our CRS rating or our ability to get to the next one in any way?
Sure. So it does not affect our ability to get to the next rating level. It's only 6 points, so we didn't max out the entire amount. You know, if there should be identified another area in the city that we start seeing those more repetitive loss structures appearing, then we can include that in another report. But right now, they're just so spread out, it's really doesn't make sense to put them into the report.
There's no loss to not do it.
Correct.
Okay, very good. And then can we expect in the 2021 report that those numbers from Tropical Storm Eta will be reflected then?
Yes, I have already sent paperwork up to the Region 4 FEMA office to get those insurance numbers so that we can see how much that affected both the repetitive loss area and then the city in general.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Thank you for your work, Noah. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Gabbard. So, Noah, I've got just a couple questions. On page 3 of the executive summary, it talks about coastal flooding and outfalls may drive backflow into the system, causing flooding through the streets and drainage ditches. So we've got a lot of backflow preventers in shore acres. And it just takes like one palm frond to jam one of those doors open. How often are those maintained and cleaned? Do you know?
So I don't have that information. That would be something you need to talk to Public Works about.
Okay.
In order to get that information. I'll defer to Liz here.
I don't have any more information than Noah other than to say we'll be happy to get that information from Claude and his team and get back to you on that. We have been having discussions with them updating this report and making sure they had provided us input and feedback this year, as always. But that's a great question, and I'd be happy to report back.
Okay, and I had a couple other questions, kind of along the same lines, because we've had a lot of king tides in August and a lot of flooding in Shore Acres. I don't know about Riviera Bay, but Shore Acres has really had a lot of flooding, clear day flooding, just because of the tidal flows. So I'd like to know about the maintenance of the backflow preventers, and then on page 4 you talk about street cleaning, and I also want to know is the street cleaning a little more robust in these repetitive loss areas? I would think it should be if it's not. So that would be another kind of related question. And then on page 13, it talks about drainage improvements, and it talks about installing some more backflow preventers. I'd like to know where those are located in Shore Acres, where they're being installed.
Okay. We could definitely report back to you on that once we get that information.
Yeah. It's just Shore Acres is, well, it's one of the 2 repetitive loss areas in the city, and I deal with this stuff as the council representative for that part of my district all the time. So if we can get some of those answered, that'd be wonderful.
Absolutely, and I know that they are doing a master watershed plan as well. So engineering will be reporting out on that, I believe, in the next year or so.
Okay, and I did want to state, just to inform council, that I'm still working on a draft ordinance for a 5-mile-an-hour speed limit on flooded streets. So that's coming. Thank you, Noah. I don't see any action. This is just a report.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Noah.
Well, City Council will move on to E3, the Second Amendment to Doc Ford's lease. Mr. Balestra, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of council, Deputy Mayor. Thank you for your time on this item today. Before you is a proposed credit for rent for Doc Ford's Rum Bar and Grill. The Doc Ford's lease, as this body approved back in 2018, did not actually formally begin until this summer. So the pier opening, construction, and operation, and the coordination of those activities was extremely complex, as you well know. We had originally intended to open the pier actually in December of 2019, and after not realizing we were there, pushed it out to March. During these adjustments, we continued to monitor and work with the larger project and all of the tenants to try to carry all of their needs along the way. And one of our tenants, as before you, Doc Ford's, by March had a certificate of occupancy, had done their hiring, had trained workers, and they were legitimately ready to open by the end of March 2020. The pier opened on July 6th. That is what ultimately happened, and the other tenants were not ready until that July 6th time. So as Doc Ford's was the only tenant who was legitimately ready to open in March, we even went through extraordinary lengths. We considered creating a fence line just to bring customers down to just them. But for a combination of public safety and other reasons, it was determined to open everything at once. And we had to hold back Doc Ford's to do that. It wasn't possible or safe. And interestingly, the delay in the opening of the pier was actually beneficial to the pier's budget, as the pier is a subsidized asset. The expenses exceed the revenues. So we actually had a surplus in what was our planned budget. And so this was accommodated for already in the cleanup from a budget perspective. So to codify this action before you today, the city staff and administration recommends that we provide a 3-month rental credit to Doc Ford's Rum Bar and Grill.
Thank you, Chris. There's a resolution before us.
Move approval. Second.
We have a motion and a second for approval. Do we have any cards on this item? Okay. Seeing no requests to speak, will the clerk please open the machine for voting? Council members, please cast your votes. Seeing all present council members have voted, will the clerk please tally and announce the vote? Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Thank you, Chris. We'll move on to E5, Health in All Policies. Good afternoon, Cassidy.
Good afternoon. So I'm here. My name is Cassidy Madansky. I am the Health in All Policies City Health Planner, responsible for coordinating our Health in All Policies approach to city decision making. I don't have a PowerPoint, but I have this beautiful document that I sent you all, so you can read it at your leisure. I'm going to briefly explain today some of the highlights from that document, just essentially explaining our progress report on our steps of how we've rolled out HIAP implementation, and discuss some of our 2020 accomplishments. So to provide a quick background context, in 2018, the city adopted the Health in All Policies approach through Mayor Rick Kreisman's executive order and City Council resolution. The city accepted a grant from the Foundation for Healthy St. Petersburg that same year to support our HIAP implementation. And then I joined the team, Healthy St. Pete team, in September of 2018. We took a staged approach to rolling out Health in All Policies. We started with education and scoping. Essentially, we wanted to set the foundation to make sure everyone understood what Health in All Policies is, what are the social determinants of health, what is health equity, and how does that relate to their day-to-day jobs. So we did a lot of internal education. I facilitated numerous presentations and trainings, including internal trainings to city staff, community partners, and the public on these topics. And we've continued that into 2020, mostly more in the virtual setting now, and also focused more on capacity building and HIAP implementation methods, especially now that we've set that foundation of expectations. We've had a lot of informational meetings with departmental leadership across the city, doing a lot of process mapping and scoping meetings, essentially trying to identify and scope out decision-making processes where Health in All Policies technical assistance would be most useful. And then in 2020, I'm also happy to say some of these presentations went to national and international audiences. I presented at the Active Living Conference, which gets an international audience, and then also at the APA Florida Planning Conference. And then also we were featured on a National Association for County and City Health Officials Best Practices webinar for HIAP in February of 2020. And then building off of our citywide education and scoping came our activation, implementation, and institutionalization stages. And this is primarily through technical assistance on my part to various departments on proposed plans, policies, projects, and programs, what I kind of call the PPPPs. We started with 3 departments as our phase 1 and phase 2 departments, where we did the most focused level of technical assistance. That would be the Transportation, Economic, and Workforce Development departments, and now the Parks and Recreation department. We also give technical assistance to other departments as needed, such as Planning and Development Services, Community Services, Offices of Sustainability and Resiliency, as requested. And then we've even done some regional technical assistance. We were part of Ford Pinellas's. We worked on health equity multimodal criteria to put into their project prioritization for transportation projects. And then I'm just going to highlight my 3 top projects from 2020 real quick so you guys know what we've been up to this year. Starting with January 2020, we finally publicly published the city's first health impact assessment. It's an intermediate health impact assessment looking at complete streets modifications to the 18th Avenue South corridor. It was a major collaboration with both the Transportation and Economic and Workforce Development departments. We included a lot of existing conditions data for that study area around 18th Avenue South, and projected impacts related to physical activity, traffic injuries and fatalities, and impacts related to the economic determinants of health, including evaluating impacts to existing businesses, future development, and employment opportunities. The report includes recommendations intended to enhance equitable health and economic benefits of complete streets and inform the scope of work of the current study occurring on 18th Avenue South, the concept study, and it's available on our Healthy St. Pete website, so if anyone wants to read it, please do. The next project I'm going to mention has been the biggest project of 2020, has been our Parks Asset Mapping project, for which I'm serving as the project manager. And the vision for this project, similar to a lot of projects, was born out of our HIAP scoping meetings with departmental management. We were trying to talk about, well, how do we apply a HIAP approach to your decision-making processes? And this is the largest project to date for health and all policies. It's really, truly has potential to lead to systematic changes in the department's decision-making processes. So what the project is, it's a GIS database. It's a geographical information system. Database of 58 types of parkland assets. There are locations in all of our parks. So we're talking about things like benches, shelters, different types of sports fields, electrical outlets, pretty much anything you can think of that's in a park that's physical. And then we also do detailed attribute information from those. So we think about things that are helpful for maintenance, like color and material. So we can speed up maintenance requests, but also looking at some health-oriented things like, are they wheelchair accessible? Are these assets shaded? What are the childhood development elements on the playgrounds? Do they contribute to upper body strength, or do they contribute to balance? Or do they lead to brachiating behaviors on the monkey bars when you move your arms back and forth? So that's basically the GIS database, and this will really help the department with long-range planning, improving knowledge management in the department, and the efficiency of the department's maintenance operations, as well as helping us to provide better customer service. And HIAP aims to use this information, kind of look at a data-informed decision-making framework for integrating health and equity into the various departmental planning processes. And I just want to give a major shout-out. The GIS team for the city has been phenomenal, along with Parks Management. I'm working on this project, so it's just been, the team's fantastic. And then finally, the last project I wanted to mention comes out of Healthy St. Pete. We've been working on the Healthier Together initiative. This initiative provides a new way for community leaders to interact through community workshops in our Healthy St. Pete Facebook groups, engagement through Healthier Together ambassadors. And now we've added this new element, creating an opportunity for businesses and neighborhoods and organizations to become certified. And that involves really examining their own policies and programs through that health promotion and prevention lens. And my role in this was mostly working on the certification survey to make sure that it was very evidence-based and very tailored to St. Petersburg and what's possible. And we use, this allows these organizations to look at their impacts to health equity both internally, such as for the businesses, employee wellness, but also externally, so how are they affecting community health? And one of the things is that we also use a social determinants of health approach to this particular certification, so we really broadly defined health. So it has your traditional questions related to physical fitness and nutrition, but it also asks questions related to civic engagement and cultural competency trainings and things like that. So I thought that was a really cool touch that we didn't just narrowly define health. And then this is more than just certify and go away. This is really truly a networking opportunity for these workplaces in these neighborhoods that engage. We provide a resource library on our website so that they can improve their score from year to year, networking opportunities to share experiences and brainstorm together. So it's really exciting. And those are the top 3 projects that I was told to talk about. So thank you, everyone, for your time. I could talk your ears off, but it's all in that document I gave you guys.
Thank you, Cassidy. For the update, we'll recognize Deputy Mayor Tomlin.
Thank you. I just want to quickly congratulate and thank you, Cassidy, and the team with which you work on the complexity and development that has come from your policy paradigm and portfolio this year. It's really making its way into all of our processes and ensuring that we keep with our commitment to be an equitable community that focuses on access to health and a culture of health, and that we are applying that through all of our policies. We were speaking about it a little earlier during the HERS committee. Councilmember Rice, who's a champion of health and all policies and is always keeping it top of mind, thank you very much for that, was just mentioning the intersections between some planning work, land development regulations that Liz's team is working on, and the opportunities for health and all policy. Can you just speak a little bit about the ways health and all policies are operationalized to manifest in the work that we're doing throughout all of our departments? You spoke about a couple of the specific programs.
Yeah.
But just the point at which that happens.
A lot of it comes from just establishing relationships with departments. So we have the main three that we've worked with the most, but also I've worked with Liz Abernathy on some different projects. So a lot of it starts with scoping meetings, kind of looking at what are your decision-making processes, so existing and recurrent plans, policies, programs, and projects. And then also, as opportunities arise, city departments are really starting to know, hey, I should ask Cassidy about this. Hey, she might have some, guidance, and then I can bring in the partners from the health sector or equity partners that focus on collaboration to the table as well. So it's kind of sometimes it's me going out and asking, and then other times it's really actually becoming a culture of we need health and all policies at the table right now for this particular moment.
Absolutely, and council should know it's actually part of our budgeting process and part of our checklist that an item isn't created without asking that question if health and all policies has been considered, where it fits, and what it costs. So it really is a part of the way we do business now.
Very good. Councilmember Rice.
Well, I just want to thank you, Cassidy. Deputy Mayor Tomlin just asked the best questions and really kind of drew out really the most important things to look at with the work with this program and the work you're doing. I just want to say thank you. When this was just an idea that we were kicking around and discussing and looking at how to get a grant support from the foundation to pay for a staff person, you are a dream candidate, and my fear is somebody's going to poach you, and I hope you don't mind if I just grab your arm and keep you back, because I'm just kidding, but you've just really been great. You've just really taken the ball and run with it, and thank you so much. We're really proud of your work. It's really important. It's not easy starting new programs. It takes a while to get people used to kind of working with a different mindset. And frankly, it takes a little bit of time before you start to get those results and those numbers. And this program is data-oriented, but it takes a little bit of time to get those numbers before you get something that you can really hang your hat on. And so it takes constant support from us and from administration to stick with us in the beginning. And you've just done such a fantastic job, you and the whole team under Deputy Mayor. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I appreciate all your support.
Thank you, Cassidy. And City Council will now move on to E7. I saw Mr. Johnson and Ms. Lamp. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of City Council, Deputy Mayor. You've asked for us to provide a brief report on the interlocal agreement between the City of St. Petersburg and the Pinellas Housing Finance Authority for the Penny 4 funding. Next slide, please. Oh. Which one? To the right? Okay. Staff of the city and Pinellas County Housing Finance Authority presented a brief or a draft interlocal agreement before the Housing, Land Use, and Transportation Committee on 26 September of last year. From that meeting, we advised that we would go and meet, hopefully on several occasions, to fine-tune that interlocal agreement. We did that. We also went before the Housing Finance Authority Board on July 1st, who provided support for the collaboration. They felt that it was something that we should enter into. And since that time, we provided some more fine-tuning and worked with the Housing Finance Authority, City Attorney's Office, their Attorney's Office, and the end result is the interlocal agreement that you have before you today. Okay, some background on the penny funds. It's a 1 cent local option sales tax program, enacted for the financing, planning, and construction of infrastructure and affordable housing in Pinellas County. The city is scheduled to receive $15 million, maybe a little bit less, since we only received $1 million this fiscal year. But right now we have approximately $2.75 million. On June 15th, 2017, City Council passed a resolution for the use of the penny funds. And I want to just go over briefly the 9-point business plan of the interlocal agreement. And we believe that this is something that, once implemented, will benefit both the Pinellas County Housing Finance Authority and the city's affordable housing program. Article 1 covers the matters of the agreement, which are the terms, nature, purpose, general purpose, program operation, HFA personnel, which is the executive director and a program manager, and city personnel, who includes staff from the legal department and housing and community development. And Article 2, approval of development. What happens is the HFA does the intake and underwriting. The city may also do intake and underwriting. It can be reversed, but that's usually the way it will go. There is a flow chart in at the back of the material, and they review it. They send it to us. We review it. We have a project review team, and comprised of city staff from housing, development services, economic development, and other departments. And we review it for feasibility and appropriateness. Article 3, let me see, yeah, Article 3, funding and fees. Funding will be derived from the penny for funds. If any additional funds are needed from the city, they can come from HCIP funding, that's Housing Capital Improvement Program, State Housing Initiative Partnership Program, SHIP, and CRA funding, dependent on the location of the development. Any funds that are received by the Housing Finance Authority that's not used in the implementation of the project is refunded to the city. And the program-specific funds are to acquire property. That's with penny funds. That's the only thing it can do per all funding sources. And documentation, they're supposed to provide copies of their journals, invoices, et cetera, so that we have information for our audits. Article 4, development eligibility. It should be located within the city limits of the city of St. Petersburg. It should meet comprehensive plan requirements of the comprehensive plan, the housing element. It should meet other housing goals such as affordability. And the affordability requirement of the city is 50% at 60% AMI, area median income, 75% at 80% AMI, and 90% at 120% AMI. Article 5 talks about ownership and possession of the property. The city must be the 100% beneficial owner of the property. The trust must own the property in name only, but if a termination occurs, the property reverts back to the city. Article 6 refers to compliance, and this is where, on an annual basis, the HFA will monitor the developments however many there are. We will also monitor the developers. We will take a sampling of a number of units of each development and monitor to see if they're in compliance with housing standards. We will also request that they provide an annual audit within 180 days after the completion of the fiscal year. 7, liability of employees. Just as it says there, no waiver of sovereign immunity or consent to sue by a third party relation to development documents. And these are explained in details in your interlocal agreement. Article 8 refers to dispute, default, and termination. Dispute resolution requires that either party who would enter into a dispute must inform the other in writing. There is no ability to convey the interlocal agreement to another party unless it's agreed to upon by both parties. And a change in law, if the law changes, say 10 years from today, when it's implemented, this still stands. And Article 9, assignment, there will be no assignment of the agreement to another party. Reference to time means the day. Governing law is for the state court is in Pinellas County, St. Petersburg District, and recordation is in the clerk of the court's office, and the development agreement becomes final once it's recorded. The HFA and city has been approached by several developers who would like to construct new workforce and affordable housing developments in the city. Some will need a combination of HFA and city assistance to make the development viable. The proposed developments will be advantageous to the city in that they will assist with addressing the city's workforce and affordable housing needs and shortfalls, which will enable the city to successfully implement the mayor's affordable housing plan. Staff is confident that we will be able to partner with the HFA to realize the desired outcome. We are also confident that the HFA will be able to deliver the services requested to enable a seamless continuation of what they are already implementing in their land trust. And a detailed version of the interlocal agreement and a flow chart that depicts how the process will work is attached for your review. Administration recommends approval of the interlocal agreement, and we are here for any questions and comments.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Yes, sir.
Do we have any cards on this item? Okay. Council members, any questions?
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the resolution and the interlocal agreement. I just wanted to clarify just one thing that you said, and on Article 4, it says that each development must be located at least in part in the city. Is there any, and I see Brett Pettigrew here, is there any issue if the property is outside of the city limits?
Well, we would like, it's money that's allocated to the city from the county for penny funds. We would like for it to be in the city, as are all of the other housing developments that we implement. Brett?
Any problem, Brett?
No, Chair. It's nice to see you all in person for the first time in a long time.
Good to see you.
And no, this clause was intended to ensure that if there was a development that straddled the city, county, or a neighboring municipality border it would not be precluded from participation in this program merely because it was straddled that border. But this is, the penny money is ultimately county money, and there's no restriction that would keep us from using it for that land purchase.
Okay, all right, thank you. That was it? Thing, no further, Mr. Gertis?
Thank you, Chair. Do you mind if I just make a brief comment?
Sure, go right ahead.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Joshua, for your presentation. Real briefly, I just want to thank the voters, first of all, for passing round 4 of the penny for Pinellas. I want to thank council and the administration for using some of this penny round 4 money for affordable housing, which is so important to our city. I want to thank Catherine Driver and the HFA for their partnership with us, and I really need to thank Brett Pettigrew, who's just done an amazing amount of work on this. We're very excited about this new tool in our toolbox. Really hopeful for your support today so we can start moving this forward with the HFA. And thank you for having us. Appreciate it, Chair.
Thank you, and thank you for answering my questions offline on this, Mr. Gertis. So we have a motion and a second for approval of the resolution and the interlocal agreement. Will the clerk please open the machine for voting? Council members, please cast your votes. Seeing all council members have voted, will the clerk please tally and announce the vote? Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Good seeing you, Mr. Pettigrew. Don't be a stranger. Council, so we're coming up at on 5 o'clock. We've got public hearings that need to start at 5:01, and we've been going for almost 2.5 hours. Why don't we take a 10-minute recess, and we'll start our public hearings. City Council's in recess.
stars dancing low, mountain trees are a song, crooning to me hymns of time gone by. They sing que sera, sera, and it'll be all right. As I gaze into the night, night, I'll be with you. A sweet good night, and darling, I sing your favorite lullaby. Ooh, darling, I sing your favorite lullaby. Oh, darling, I sing your favorite lullaby.
And take up, we're going to run through E8 and E9 before we get to the public hearings. E8, Stephanie, good evening.
Good evening, Chair and members of council. The item before you this evening is the Affordable Housing Incentive Plan, a recommendations report prepared by the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee. I'd like to start by thanking the 9 members of the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee: Lindsay Boswell, Trevor Mallory, Robert Depew, Jack Humberg, Chair Scott McDonald, Frederick Sampson, Jillian Bandies, Vice Chair Ken Rush, and for the last 2 meetings, Councilmember Amy Foster. The chair apologizes for not being able to attend in person. He had meant to be here but had to pick up his child from school due to a COVID situation, so he won't be here in person. The AHAC members were appointed in January of this year. They met in February, then took a short COVID break in March and April, and then resumed through the Zoom process May through October. And during that time, they reviewed all 11 of the state mandated incentives and the 5 local incentives that were included in the plan from last year. In addition, they added a new incentive to the plan, which was the item that you discussed this morning, which was to establish a process for the implementation of House Bill 1339 and to request that you provide the full flexibility intended by that House bill to be provided. The AHAC was very pleased when reviewing all of the 2020 updates of the 18 plan because it showed all the hard work and significant accomplishments that had occurred in 2019. And for that, we'd like to thank the planning staff, Liz Abernathy and Derek Kilborn, the Development Review Commission, and of course, City Council for all of the changes to the land development regs and the procedures that were amended in order to accomplish those updates in the report. One of the other items that has occurred as part of House Bill 1339 is that this incentive report will now be updated annually. So we will start again in January, and we look forward to that because now we can get going on a lot of new ideas now that we've seen all the progress on the original ideas that have been made. So we're looking forward to the new updates. So with that, I don't want to go through each of the 17 incentives. They're in your report, and the updates are significant, and we're real excited about that. We'd like to ask that you accept the report and authorize the staff to submit it to the Florida Housing Finance Corporation. The statute requires that we submit it up to the state by December 31st, and so we would like to ask you to consider that so that we can stay in compliance. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And we have a resolution before us to accept the report. Mr. Clerk, do we have any cards on this item?
We have no cards.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Gabbard.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Stephanie. It's so great to see you. Always good to see new people in person that we haven't seen for a long time.
Exactly.
Thank you for bringing this forward. I was the one that pulled it to reports, and really just to highlight the great work of the AHAC committee, or now Affordable Housing Advisory Committee. Those are such dedicated stakeholders in our community, and so I just personally wanted to thank them, and very excited also to go through this and see all the progress and how we can continue to move forward. So with that, I would move approval of the resolution.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the resolution. Seeing no further requests to speak, will the clerk please open the machine for voting? Council members, please cast your votes. Seeing all council members have voted, will the clerk please tally and announce the votes? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stephanie. We'll move on to E9, a diversity and inclusion update. Our HR director, Mr. Chris Guella. Good evening.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. I promise I'll be brief, but I'm here to discuss the city's inclusivity and diversity training initiatives. I'm going to take you back in time to 2015 when we first started this. We engaged a consulting firm at that point. The individuals came in, held a series of workshops, which really helped spark communication amongst employees. It took big cross sections of employees, put them together, discussed current events, personal experiences, things to help break down the barriers and introduce the idea of someone recognizing their own implicit biases. So as a result of those workshops and the survey, we came up with some training plans that really helped the perception that there was either some unfairness or opportunities weren't available to everyone. So we created classes for supervisors and managers for them to better manage their employees, introduce more cross-training, and to even offer up opportunities to act as a supervisor or a manager in a supervisor's absence, to give everyone a more well-rounded chance at experiencing these and learning. So that worked out well, but it's been 5 years, so we now want to see how we've done overall. So we just this month engaged another consulting firm, Eric Smith from Inclusivity LLC. I believe a number of you have worked with him. So he's going to do largely the same. He's going to hold a number of focus groups to try to understand the culture of the city as it is now, what we want it to be, and again, hold a number of workshops with employees to discuss current events, their experiences, and what we can do to help make this a more inclusive working environment. And of course, from there, we will again come up with training to keep moving the ball down the field. That's really what we want to do, is just make this an ongoing effort. And finally, it's going to result in creation of what we're calling the Inclusivity Council. And that's going to be a committee of employees, but a good cross-section, management, supervisory, union employees from really all departments, so that they can continue to work on these plans, work individually with departments, help them create more diversity and inclusivity within their departments, and just be an overall sounding board for those kinds of issues. So that's where we're headed in 2021, and we're excited about what the future holds. So I promised I'd be brief, so with that I'm going to stop and turn it over to you folks for comments, questions, anything.
Well, thank you for the update on a very important issue for all of us here in St. Petersburg. Councilmember Fig Sanders.
Hello, and thank you for that report. I have a quick question. So once the focus groups are done and it has been resolved that there may be a few diversity and inclusion issues in a department or two, do you have anything in place to rectify that?
I'm sorry, I did not hear that.
Do you have anything in place to rectify that once the study or surveys or focus groups or results come back and you find that you may be short or lacking or have diversity and inclusiveness issues? Do you have something in place for that?
Yes, for one, that's what the Inclusivity Council will be formed to work through those issues in conjunction with HR and our training group. So we will focus on where we can improve and what issues we need to solve. And we will do whatever we can, and with Mr. Smith's help too, to help get us through those issues. We know we're going to find issues. There's always going to be a perception, or real or not, of unfairness or discrimination practices, something along those lines. So we know it's going to happen, and we are prepared to address them.
Okay, thank you. And staffing is one of the most difficult ones to try to rectify. So what if you find that there's a shortfall in staffing, but not enough dollars to cover that payroll, how would you address that?
If I understand, when you say staffing, you mean the promotional process not being?
Either that could be a resolution, but if a department is said not to be diverse enough per standards, how would you address that when you're staffed for 10 people, but you're fully occupied with 10 employees? How would you address that?
That one is always a tricky topic because we don't necessarily want to get to a point where we're just trying to reach quotas. But what we can do is maybe do more outreach. And there is the fire department is a success in that respect, in that they went specifically to areas where they could find the demographics that where they fell short, and to try to encourage those folks to apply. So yeah, there are ways we can do that, and we do measure quarterly. We measure our diversity numbers to make sure that we are fitting within the percentages of the local area.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Councilmember Fake Sanders, and thank you for the update, Chris.
My pleasure.
City Council will go into and begin our public hearings and take up I-2 and 3. Mr. Clerk, do we have any cards on I-2 and 3? I'll entertain a motion to approve I-2 and 3.
Move approval. Chair.
All right, we have a motion, and Councilmember Rice.
Oh, sorry. I have a question. Sorry, I believe it's I-3. In I-3, the assessment for $69,000 for one of the houses just caught my eye. That seemed pretty high.
Good afternoon, Mr. Corbett.
Good afternoon. James Corbett, Director of Codes Compliance Assistance. Councilmember Rice, you were asking about the assessment.
Yes.
So that was for this is for a demolition of a structure. And in this particular structure, they found a very high amount of asbestos that had to be abated before the structure could be demolished. And that is what makes up the large amount. That is mostly for the asbestos abatement.
Okay. I guess the house is gone, but now this person is stuck with a $69,000 bill to the city, and that was like about half of what that house was worth.
Yeah, in this instance, we actually were working, trying to see if the property owner would demolish it themselves. It's obviously cheaper if a property owner would demolish it themselves.
Yeah.
In this case, the structure became, a liability. We actually had to fence it off to ensure that it didn't fall over onto the sidewalk. So it was a matter where we couldn't let it sit much longer.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate it.
All right, we have a motion to approve I-2 and 3. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve I-2 and I-3. Seeing no further requests to speak, will the clerk please open the machine for voting? Council members, please cast your vote. Seeing all council members have voted, will the clerk please tally and announce the vote? Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We'll move on to I-4. Will the clerk please read the ordinance?
I-4, proposed ordinance 446-H, an ordinance modifying the capital improvements element of the comprehensive plan of the city of St. Petersburg, Florida, by updating the 5-year capital improvement schedule and replacing all previously adopted capital improvement schedules, adopting fund summaries for the General Capital Improvement Fund 3001, Bicycle/Pedestrian Safety Improvements Fund 3004, Citywide Infrastructure Fund 3027, Recreation and Cultural Capital Fund, 3029. Multimodal Impike Fees Capital Improvement Fund, 3071. Downtown Parking Improvement Fund, 3073. Water Resources Capital Projects Fund, 4003. Stormwater Drainage Capital Fund, 4013. Airport Capital Projects Fund, 4033. Marina Capital Improvement Fund, 4043. And Port Capital Improvement Fund, 4093, for the fiscal years 2021 through 2025, adopting the FDOT District 7's adopted 5-year work program for fiscal years 2020/21 to 2024/25, providing for severability and providing an effective date.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Ms. Wilson, good afternoon.
Hi, good evening. Britton Wilson, planner for the record, presenting the annual update to the Comprehensive Plan's capital improvement element, or the CIE, for fiscal years 2021 through 2025. And if the clerk will be so kind as to put up the... So similar to last year, I've prepared just a quick presentation on the purpose and process of this update. So every year in the fall, following Council's adoption of the budget and the 5-year Capital Improvements Program, or CIP, staff completes the annual update to the CIE, which is a long-range planning tool used to demonstrate that the city's facilities are operating within their adopted level of service standards, or LOS. And staff will use this data through the upcoming year to support proposed land use amendments that come before you. And the CIE update is just a reporting on a subset of the capital improvements program, and that it only looks at project schedules for facilities that have an adopted LOS in the comprehensive plan, of which the city has an adopted LOS standard for water, sewer, solid waste, drainage, recreation. And even though the strict application of concurrency no longer applies to transportation facilities, we still monitor the operation status of roadways and mobility options such as transit, bicycle, and pedestrian improvements. As demonstrated in the staff report, the city facilities are all operating well within their adopted level of service standard, and the draft ordinance contained in your agenda packet lists the recently adopted CIP schedules, demonstrating that the city has a plan in place and the fiscal ability to continue to maintain the adopted level of service moving forward through the next 5-year planning period. And with that, staff requests a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and approval of the modification to the 5-year project schedules. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Thank you for that report, Britton. I know at the CPPC there are some questions about level of service for stormwater. Can you kind of expand on it looks like on page 4 of the report, it looks like that when it comes to stormwater, because of a backlog of stormwater improvement needs, the existing conditions are adopted as the level of service standard. Can you talk about that a little bit?
So the way that that Administrator Claude Tankersley explained this was that any new development replacing old development must not exceed the stormwater runoff that the previous development had.
Okay. All right, I'll leave it right there. I'll entertain a motion to approve the ordinance that's before us.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the ordinance. Seeing no further requests to speak, will the clerk please open the machine for voting? Council members, please cast your vote. Seeing all council members have voted, will the clerk please tally and announce the vote? Okay, we'll go next to, thank you, Ms. Wilson. We'll go next to I-5.
I-5, proposed ordinance 124-HL, an ordinance of the City of St. Petersburg, Florida, designating Glen Oak Elementary School, located at 1900 12th Street South, as a local historic landmark, and adding the property to the St. Petersburg Register of Historic Places pursuant to Section 16.30.070 City Code, and providing an effective date.
Thank you. Do we need to swear people in?
I will need to swear in staff. We have individuals that want to speak, and they've been sworn in downstairs already.
Okay.
So any staff that's speaking to this item, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll begin with a presentation by administration.
Good evening, Kelly Perkins, Historic Preservationist with the City of St. Pete. Tonight we're here for an application for local historic landmark designation of Glen Oak Elementary School. We received one public comment in support of the item. So the property, which is outlined in the aerial map above, is up for designation. The owner submitted the application in April of 2020. The owner wants to rehabilitate and adaptively reuse the property for multifamily housing. The adaptive reuse proposal was approved by the Community Planning and Preservation Commission in October, as well as recommending approval of the property to be designated as a local historic landmark. The building was originally constructed in 1914 as part of a collection of the first elementary schools in the city. The four were Roser Park, Davis, North Ward, and Glen Oak. Only Glen Oak and North Ward are still in existence today. Unlike the other three, Glen Oak is located in an isolated part of the city in an old cow pasture. So unlike its sister buildings, which were larger, they were two-story and more ornate, this building was a modest four-room schoolhouse with less architectural detail, and it was constructed in brick in a vernacular mission style. So here's a 1926 aerial of the property. The community around it grew quickly, and by 1918, two wing additions needed to be constructed. The school also had a really active parent-teacher association, which viewed the school as a community center for the surrounding neighborhood. It was the first school in the county to serve school lunch to all students. They created the first library extension in their PTA clubhouse and built the first playground in St. Pete in 1924. So you can see the main schoolhouse with the two wings in this aerial. Just north of it is the PTA clubhouse, and you can see across 11th Street South, that kind of vacant land was the playground. So here's a graphic sort of showing the evolution and development of the site. Obviously, they continued adding more and more onto it. In 1931, they added a cafeteria and classroom building, which most of it looks like it's been demolished, but there is one segment left. There was also some mid-century additions adding more classrooms and cafeteria building. The school board closed the property as a school in 1975, and soon after it was sold to the Florence Nightingale Center, which operated it as like a daycare education center. So here's a photograph of the main building from the front. The top photograph is from 1928. You can see the sort of very vernacular mission style with the tile roof, the circular recessed entryway. It used to have wood 6/6 double hung windows, which have since been removed. The bottom photo is from the similar angle. You can see the new windows and the AC installations, which are not the most appropriate alterations. 11th Street South was vacated in the 1950s and incorporated into the school property. So this is a photograph, a 1928 photograph on the left of the PTA clubhouse, and you can see a more recent photograph on the right. As you can see, it's undergone very little change, just some window replacements, and again, another AC installation. So here's some interior photographs. The 1914-1918 building retains a lot of historic integrity and features, such as like the operable transom windows over every door, and this really interesting corner detail that's on the corners of the walls and the window trim around the building. So the top photo is from 12th Street South, which now kind of serves as that front viewing to the building because 11th Street South was closed. So now, in effect, when you look at the front of the building, you're seeing the rear of the 1914 structure. The bottom photo shows that 1931 building, and on the left, the 1948 mid-century building that was mostly vernacular in design. So when evaluating the property, staff felt that it met criteria A and E, and also contributed and, sorry, let me get to my notes. Contributed and due to its representation of architecture, community planning and development, education, and social history. The proposed period of significance spans from 1914 to 1975, when it closed as a school. Staff feels that it meets 4 of the 7 factors of integrity. Due to that closure of 11th Street South, staff feels that setting and feeling are no longer met, and since it's no longer a school, association is no longer present either. So this is the proposed boundary that staff is recommending. It incorporates all the parcels that take up the existing school building, as well as that vacated portion of 11th Street South. So staff therefore recommends approval of Glen Oak Elementary School as a local historic landmark. This is the conclusion of my presentation. I think the owner is here to speak, and let me know if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Perkins. We'll hear next from the applicant. Good evening, Mr. Monroe.
I really, what can I say? I'm here in support of the project, but I really didn't know whether I need to come up here or not. But I am going to personally say thank you to Kelly, Derek, and Laura for putting together this presentation. They helped us along the way with every detail, every attribute, and they're still helping us as far as the remodeling and the things that we need to take care of to keep it historical looking, as well as assisting us in utilizing this property to enrich lives. So I just want to take this time to personally thank you guys, and that's pretty much all I have to say. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. Mr. Dima, do we have a opponent?
No, we do not. And are there any other cards?
No other cards.
Okay, so I was going to open the public hearing, but we have no cards.
No cards.
Okay, we'll close the public hearing. We'll go to cross-examination. Start with the city.
City waves.
Okay, Mr. Monroe, you want to? You have any questions for the city on this?
Oh, no, sir.
In the form of a cross-examination?
No, sir.
Okay, all right, very good. How about we'll go next to the rebuttal and closing, city?
No, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Monroe?
Oh, thank you.
All right, very good. We'll go into executive session then. And Councilmember Fig Sanders, you're up first.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I was glad to see this being brought before us because Mr. Monroe is being modest when he speaks about providing opportunities for families, because how appropriate, we just celebrated our vets on yesterday and our veterans, and they will benefit from this project as well. So I want to personally thank you. I attended the event that you had on the site. Thank you for thinking past yourself and what we need in our community to consider some of the most vulnerable for this project. So I personally just want to thank you from the dais for your consideration of those that this project will benefit. Thank you, Mr. Monroe, and Mrs. Monroe. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Fig Sanders. I too wanted to thank the Monroes for caring about our community and for leading. And seeing that we don't have any further requests to speak, I'll entertain a motion to approve the ordinance.
Move approval.
We have a motion to approve
Second.
and a second. Councilmember Rice.
Chairman, are we taking one vote or three different votes?
It's just one vote.
Oh.
The 3 votes was for CPPC for the
Oh.
variance and the adaptive reuse.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you. Sorry, I'm different part of the backup.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we've got a motion and a second to approve ordinance 124-HL. Seeing no further request to speak, will the clerk please open the machine for voting? Council members, please cast your vote. Seeing all council members have voted, will the clerk please tally and announce the vote? Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Congratulations. City Council will move on to I-6. Clerk, please read the ordinance.
We don't have an ordinance for this one, Chair.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Do we need to swear in staff?
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
And then before we get started, let's make sure that the applicant and appellant have been brought up.
So we want the applicant and the appellant to come in?
Yeah, they're.
Two people each?
I believe that we have
4 and 4?
two there, the applicant.
We have 1, 2 here.
There's 3 over there for the appellant.
Okay, so applicant here, appellant.
Yes, thank you.
These logistical dances.
This is our second quasi judicial item in person. Councilmember Blackman, did you want to?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. After speaking with legal, I need to recuse myself from this due to a real estate holding in the area.
Okay. Legal, you're okay?
Yes, there's a geographic conflict of interest here.
Okay,
And we've
all right,
discussed this with Councilmember Blackman.
all right, very good. Thank you.
Yes, sir. And then there's a seat right here.
Full house.
Okay. We ready to go, administration? And has everybody been sworn in? Okay. Very good. We'll start off with a presentation by City Administration. Ms. Bryla, good evening.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Jennifer Bryla, zoning official and development review services manager for the city. Before you tonight is an appeal to the DRC approval for case number 19-32-000022. This is an appeal of a special exception use and related site plan for an expansion of an existing cemetery that was established in 1895. Parts of the cemetery are considered historic. Consistent with Code 16.70.040.1.5, an interested party may appeal the DRC decision for a special exception use to City Council for a final decision. The DRC heard the case on February 5th, 2020, and after hearing testimony from staff, the applicant, and interested parties, the DRC made a motion to amend the special conditions and add an additional 6 conditions and approve the use by vote of 5-2. Oh, we're going the wrong way. This is the subject property lying along 20th Street North. This is the aerial of the subject property. It lies between 54th Avenue North and Billmar Lane North. This slide shows the boundaries of the existing cemetery holdings. Again, this illustrates the land that is owned by the cemetery. The green parcel is the subject of this application. The blue parcel represents the adjacent neighbor who had no objection to the request. The light red parcels were the 2 registered opponents from the February 5th DRC hearing. The dark red parcel is the appellant's property, Mr. Busey. The turquoise parcel was once owned by the cemetery and was a topic of concerns by the original opponents. The structure has since been demolished, which was the condition of the DRC approval on February 5th. A new home is being constructed on the property currently. This is the proposed site plan for the addition. As you can see, the applicants are maintaining the 25-foot front setback along 20th Street, as well as the side and rear setbacks that are consistent with the neighborhood criteria. Here we can see the hardscape elements that are being proposed for the cemetery. And this is some photos that are showing existing conditions of the cemetery. The photo on the upper left shows a typical parking pad for visitors of the cemetery. There are a few scattered in various locations on the property. The photo on the upper right is looking north on 19th Street North and shows an existing residential property with only a chain link fence separating the property from the cemetery. The bottom photo shows the interior of the cemetery and the general condition of the maintenance on the property. So the Development Review Commission, as I said, heard the subject application at the February 5th, 2020 public hearing. Staff gave presentation recommending approval along with special conditions of approval. There were 2 registered opponents, but one was ill, and Mr. Busey spoke on their behalf. At the hearing, the DRC added an additional 6 conditions of approval, which are outlined here, 7 through 10, and then 11 and 12. The upper left photo is the parcel in question. The upper right photo is where the cemetery had previously owned a home and made application in 2017 to add it to the existing cemetery. The application was ultimately withdrawn by the applicant. A condition of approval at the February hearing was that the home would be demolished. As you can see, the home was demolished and property sold. Currently, a new home is being built in its place. The bottom left photo is showing the condition of the wall that was repaired as an additional condition of approval at the February 5th hearing. Mr. Busey, a resident on Billmar, filed a timely appeal to the DRC approval. Mr. Busey's issues were as follows. He felt that the chair would have recused herself because the chair was somehow related to the project. The chair confirmed with legal counsel that there was no conflict prior to the item being heard. Mr. Busey objected to the staff's recommendation. Staff reviewed the application based on 16.70.040.1.5.d, standards for review of a special exception, and found the request consistent. In addition, the Greater Grovemont Neighborhood Association had no comment on the application, and the most affected property owner to the south had no objection. 3, Mr. Busey felt that there was undue deference to Mr. Mastery during the hearing. Personally, I did not note any undue deference and did not feel that this was a condition that could be justified. 4, Mr. Busey felt that the DRC advocated for the applicant's request. During the hearing, the conversation was robust, evaluating the proposal to determine that the request met criteria in the code, which is the commission's responsibility. This is why the DRC added an additional 6 conditions to ensure compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood. 5, Mr. Busey felt that the DRC did not consider the neighborhood signatures that were provided at the hearing. The signatures were provided to the DRC at the hearing. This was the first time that they had seen this information. The DRC receives their packets for review a week prior to any hearing. I know members review their packets, go out to the site, and review code requirements prior to any hearing that we have. As stated, they were 2 registered opponents to the application. However, staff did not receive any other information from residents prior to the hearing. 6, Mr. Busey thought the previous bad behavior by the applicant should have weighed more heavily on the decision by the DRC. Although it is unfortunate that the applicant has not in the past maintained owned property in the best manner, it is not a standard for review. In addition, the applicant has already complied with 2 of the conditions of approval regarding the code infractions and property at 2007 Bilmar. Since the hearing, staff has received 1 comment of objection since the appeal was filed. And to remind you, the standard of review for an appeal is de novo, which means that City Council may hear new evidence and may substitute its judgments for that of the DRC. City Council may decide to retain, eliminate, or further amend any of the conditions of approval. The burden of proof for all appeals is on the appellant. Staff evaluated the project against the criteria in the code for special exception approvals and found with the conditions imposed that the project met the criteria. Based on the foregoing information, staff recommends denial of the appeal, thereby upholding the DRC's approval of the application. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Bryla. We'll next have a presentation from the applicant.
No.
Good evening. Nice to see you all in person. A little unusual. I didn't expect to see you this way, but it's better than what we've been going through. My name is Don Mastery. My address is 200 Central Avenue. I have been sworn in, and I agree with the staff's presentation and the staff report. I represent Sunnyside Cemetery, the owner of it, and we are requesting the denial of the appeal of the DRC decision to approve a special exception and related site plan to expand the cemetery 1 lot to the south. The zoning is in S1 and cemeteries are permitted as special exceptions. This cemetery was created in 1895 and the pioneer section of the cemetery still exists. The cemetery was designated as a historic landmark in 1999. And personally, I believe this is the best maintained cemetery in the city, and mainly because they have 1 full-time employee and his sole duty is to take care of this cemetery. The cemetery is running out of grave sites, and many of the families who have relatives buried in the cemetery would also like to be buried in the cemetery. The cemetery has a maximum of 1 to 2 services per week, and many of the families, however, there's sometimes 6 to 8 weeks between services. In 2020, there has been 20 burials and 13 cremation services, for a total of 33 services in 46 weeks. Funeral services take place between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. No one is in the cemetery after 5 p.m. Only one service occurs at a time. Services are held from Monday through Saturday. And people attending the service will enter and exit on the existing internal driveway, which is located in the existing cemetery, and they will park on the driveway. And that driveway is almost 2 blocks long, running from almost 22nd Street down to 20th Street. The services, everyone attending doesn't have a car also. Many times the funeral funeral home vehicles are used to carry them from either church or the funeral home. Services do not have music. The services last, if they occur at the cemetery, for 30 minutes. If there's a service that previously occurred at a church or the funeral home, they usually last 10 minutes. And sometimes the immediate family stays a little longer. There will not be headstones or markers within the first 25 feet in the front or the 20-foot setback in the rear. There will be a 6-foot wall along the southern east-west property line, and the site meets the adopted levels of service for water, sewer, sanitation, and drainage. And the Development Review Commission added, as you've heard, 6 additional conditions. The main one that was the subject of the DRC hearing was the house at 2007. As you have heard, it has now been demolished, it has been sold, and a new owner is building a house there. As you can see from that map, 2 sides of this proposed expansion already are touching and adjacent to the cemetery. And on the 3rd side to the south, not only has that neighbor consented, he appeared at the hearing, at the DRC hearing, and spoke in favor of it. The only one that is not is the lot that has a 6 on it, or 08820. That house will be 108 feet from the first landmark, grave marker or site across the street. I think that house has 28 feet to the street, 60 feet to the across the street, and another 25-foot setback is how you get to 108 feet. The staff has recommended approval at the DRC hearing and here tonight, and it is recommended subject to the certain conditions which the applicant has reviewed and agrees to comply with. The staff has reviewed the relevant considerations and the standards for review and determined this application satisfies the relevant considerations in that and this is what the staff has found, consistent with the comp plan, the land use and zoning allows cemeteries. Ingress and egress to this site is by foot. Off-street parking will be on the existing private drive in the cemetery. There will be virtually no traffic impact. Drainage will meet all requirements per the engineering memo. There will be no signs on the site, and the proposed use is compatible with the existing natural environment of the site. It will be like a park, which is more consistent with the natural environment than the existing house that's on the site. And there is no evidence that this use will have any detrimental effects on the property values or living conditions. And all setbacks are met, and special condition 2 requires the 6-foot buffer wall. This use will not generate noise, lights, dust, fumes, or nuisances. And the land is sufficient for the intended use, and landscaping will comply with the code. Now, the neighbors have submitted these affidavits that Ms. Bryler referred to. I would first point out 2 of the affidavits, the addresses on them don't even exist, but they raise 4, they're all identical, and they raise 4 issues. Economic devaluation, which is not supported. Crime has occurred at the cemetery, and there's no proof. Things that might happen in the future, and the use of 2007 Billmar Lane, and as we've already discussed, that has been removed since the house has been demolished. There's no evidence that the cemetery devalues the value of the nearby homes. We've gone through the property appraiser's records for each home listed in the affidavits. We've created a chart and gave it to the DRC. And it shows the value determined by the property appraiser in each of these homes for 5 years ago, 3 years ago, and last year. And all the properties have increased in each of those periods of time. The smallest increase on the 5-year basis was 62%, and the largest increase on the 5-year average was 134%, and the average increase is 89%. I don't know how that can conclude that the cemetery is destroying their economic value. In fact, the registered opponents of Stewart's House increased 108%, and Mr. Harris 94%. The only problem which is mentioned, which is created by the cemetery, is the noise of the grave digging. Well, there have been 20 grave sites dug all year. It takes 30 minutes to an hour to dig a grave site. And I would suggest there's more noise from the traffic on 54th Avenue adjoining this cemetery than from digging a grave. Now, Pinellas County, and then they raised crime. Pinellas County puts out a website, the Pinellas County Crime Bureau, which identifies all crime sites in all cities in the county, and for the last year, it does not show any instances that have occurred at this cemetery. One instance occurred 2 blocks to the west at the hotel at the end of Bilmar Lane. I would also like to make you aware that there's a Mr. Butler, one of the persons that signed the affidavit. He contacted the cemetery back and they had, I think, a 30-minute meeting and a 2-hour meeting. One was by phone. And Mr. Butler told the cemetery that he represented all the neighbors, and he suggested that the cemetery buy all of their homes on Bilmar Lane. And he wanted to base the value of their homes as commercial property and not residential property. He also stated if the homes were not purchased, he would get all the owners to oppose this request. Well, I would suggest he did that. I also have the unsolicited memorandum that he submitted to the cemetery to prove that the offer was made. If the cemetery purchased all those homes, they would have in excess of 100 years of inventory. And they have no need for 100 years of inventory. It appears that the opposition of the neighbors is not based on the relevant considerations and the standards of review and the LDRs, but due to the rejection of their offer to sell their homes. I agree with the staff's recommendation, the decision of the DRC, and would urge you to deny the appeal, and I would answer any questions you have, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mastery. We'll hear next from the appellant. Yes, sir. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you.
That's the correct presentation.
Oh, okay. So I just, yeah, okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the City Council. My name is James Bussey, and my wife and I have lived at 2030 Bilmar Lane for nearly 3 years. We join our friends and neighbors in appealing the Development Review Commission's decision to allow the Sunnyside Cemetery to expand in our neighborhood. And to be realistic, this is not an expansion. It's a commercial intrusion into a residentially zoned neighborhood. My family has lived in St. Petersburg since 1921. I grew up here. My father and grandfather, as avid businessmen, loved helping this city grow and prosper with the Beeline Ferry, the Princess Martha Hotel, Lake Magori Park, any number of things that they've done to help this city, and they would be pleased to see how the comprehensive plan helps continue that. They would not be pleased to see what happened at that hearing. This meeting is really about the balance between business development and neighborhood preservation. But first, let's turn to the Development Review Commission hearing on February 5th and why we're here. The first thing that struck us was that the staff report at the beginning of the hearing, after stipulating several conditions, summarily recommended approval of the graveyard company's request. The 25 affidavits, as you just heard, they were attacked exactly the same way by their agent and using misleading information. I'll get to that shortly. In response to the mention of the graveyard operator's history of egregious code violations at 2007 Bilmar Lane, a property owned by the graveyard operator that stood dilapidated in our neighborhood for years, the DRC code person acknowledged there was an investigation but didn't see a need for enforcement. The old house was infested with animals. Its backyard was strewn with piles of dirt, graveyard maintenance equipment, and pieces of headstones. They even punched a hole in the wall in the backyard so they could move their diggers in and out. After many years, and only after our illumination prior to the hearing, did they finally tear it down and sell it to a home developer. The outcome seemed to be a foregone conclusion, and apparently the review criteria doesn't include poor past behavior. So we decided to appeal our decision to you. On November 5th, I received the 17 criteria or boxes that they said they checked that the DRC used for their decision, along with a recommendation of the Planning and Development Services Department that you all deny our appeal, as you have heard. Here they are. Note the highlighted criteria that the administration feels that they met. The site fits the neighborhood character. Oh, I'll address that in a minute. The expansion won't impact property values. This is rich. Their agent waived property value statistics that show the values rising. Of course they did. All tax values rise over time. But what about the potential buyer looking out of the living room window and seeing this barren field of stone? It's our marketability that will suffer. That deal would be over. It's not about property tax values. It's about the ability to market our homes. Then the expansion won't affect our living conditions. Well, ask the stewards, who will talk later on, who have cars blocking their driveway, who have people knocking on their doors asking for funeral information, any number of things that you will hear from them about. And finally, keeping existing trees and vegetation. Oh, I'll get to that soon as well. The administration recommendation ignores an important part of the plan, that of citizen themes. Much of that part refers to the value of the city's citizenry, its neighborhoods, and the balance between those items and the proper business initiatives. Further, its Vision 2020 states under neighborhood recommendations that the city strengthen, improve, and protect the unique character and quality of St. Petersburg's neighborhoods. It also states that the city must develop rules and regulations that are compatible with the surrounding neighborhood context. Now, let's put Vision 2020 next to Comprehensive Plan Objective LU 3.6. Land use planning decisions shall weigh heavily the established character of predominantly developed areas where changes of use or intensity of development are contemplated. In the Planning Department's recommendation that our appeal be rejected, it stated that the graveyard expansion met that criterion, but they ignored a citizen's perspective, a view of the homeowners who see the marketability of their homes reduced by an invasion into their neighborhood by Foundation Partners Group, an Orlando-based graveyard operator. The key words in that policy are weigh heavily the established character. The character of our neighborhood wasn't even mentioned at the hearing, nor was the character of the existing historical graveyard. As you can see from the pictures, it is distinctly beautiful, with magnificent old trees providing shade and a grand environment. In fact, we are a neighborhood of trees flourishing in our front and backyards, an unusual oasis and something to which the comprehensive plan refers again and again when noting neighborhood initiatives. Bill Maher Lane and the existing Sunnyside Cemetery share that beauty. The previous owner of the subject property was a horticulturist, carefully maintaining towering trees and beautiful flowering bushes. Now, in that context, let's look at the plan of the graveyard. Really, there are no trees except unless you count those little things on the sides, and look at the plan. They will rip out everything, all the stately flowering trees and bushes, replacing them with 3 tall stone columbarium structures and a walkway, surrounded by a massive number of grave sites, taking up every inch of the property, of course, maximizing their investment. But what happened to number 14, the preservation of trees and vegetation? What happened to that? This amazing site will be transformed into a barren field of stone. They tell us, and you just heard it, it will look like a park. It will not. It will look like an ugly Stonehenge. Did the DRC or the planning department weigh the existing character of our neighborhood at all? No, they did not. Because their mission was to improve business wishes, not protect the city's citizens. The citizen themes in a comprehensive plan are meant for established neighborhoods like ours. This is a nice home, perfect for a family. Beautiful grounds, near good schools, a nice quiet community. A family will pay taxes, send their kids to schools, patronize stores and entertainment, all bringing value to St. Petersburg. Any money that the Foundation Partners Group makes will be siphoned to their banks in Orlando and to their well-heeled investors in Baltimore, Maryland, not in our city. In summary, there needs to be a broader view of this zoning exception, one that includes and weighs more heavily the citizen themes of the comprehensive plan. This expansion, this intrusion, doesn't fit our neighborhood. There must be a balance between business initiatives and the preservation of an historic neighborhood that fears for its life. They've already told us they won't stop here. They're just going to march right down 20th Street. Members of the council, please approve this appeal. The DRC supported a foreign business expansion. That's okay. That's apparently their job. But we ask you to support a community that just wants to live. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Go next to the public hearing. How many cards do we have, Madam Clerk? Okay. Before we call the first speaker, I just want to state to the people coming in and speaking that the 3 minutes that you have to speak goes by quickly. If you have some points that you have to make, you may want to make them early so that your time doesn't expire. We get a lot of people speaking at these public hearings sometimes, and next thing they know, the 3 minutes is up and they haven't gotten to their point. So keep that in mind as you come to the microphone. And Madam Clerk, can we call the first speaker?
John Herr.
Do you want here or here?
Would it be possible to present some photographs?
Here.
Mr. Dima?
Thank you.
Mr.
We didn't get those in advance?
No.
I was told that I could present them now.
You could have, sir, if we had seen them in advance.
Okay.
Mr. Dima, can you
Am I allowed to
advise us?
pass them out?
I mean, we could do
Board
a
members can
cursory
see
review.
what's going on?
We've never allowed it before.
More recently?
We've never
As long
allowed
as-
it before when we tried to present. So we making an exception now? Wow. We need to remember this.
So, Mr. Dima, what's your,
In the interest of a quasi-judicial process, we should go ahead and allow it.
Okay.
If you will, Chair.
all right, thank you. Mr. Herr, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you. My name is John Hare. I live at 2020 Billmar Lane. Before you look at the picture, all the pictures will go by very quickly, but let me just say, I retired from a large corporation. I understand the need to be profitable. One thing that may have been unique to my corporation was we had annual ethics training at the corporation. Everyone from the CEO on down was required to spend about 3 hours every year in groups of about 10 to 12, and we discussed scenarios. By no means were these scenarios black and white. We were presented with scenarios that come up, and then afterwards we would discuss in these groups of 10 to 12 people, about doing the right thing, about being honest, ethical, to do things with integrity. And this was not just for dealing with our fellow employees and our customers, but just as importantly, respecting the surrounding communities that we had our plants. In other words, taking care of everyone. Since I've lived at Billmar Lane, I've seen nothing but the opposite from this corporation out of Orlando. There's nothing gray about it at all. They have secretly bought up homes for the purpose of expanding their cemetery. They have continuously, flagrantly violated city codes. As you can see, the first picture there, that's 2007 Billmar Lane. We've already talked enough about that. But you can see the little raccoon sticking his head out of the roof there. That's the house directly, was the house directly across the street. And the corporation there graciously agreed to tear that house down and move their operations. Where did they move their operations? This is 5305. I took this picture a couple months ago. They just moved their cemetery operations over across the street to this house, which, as far as I know, is still zoned as residential. That's the payloader for their cemetery. There's you can see the trees that Jim was talking about. That's a pickup truck. I believe it's illegally parked. It's on the wrong side of the street. I took that out of my truck. This is looking north on 20th Street. These people just have a history of not obeying rules, not following the laws. And then so now they say they want to expand to remain profitable. You can go ahead and put the next picture. This is that lane a similar picture that they just showed, except it's zoomed out. I took this about 3 hours ago, by the way. And you can see what the signs say, spaces available. They need to expand. And I just ask that you stop the intrusion.
Thank you, Mr. Hare. Next speaker, please. Good evening.
My name is Lisa Jackson. I have lived at 2105 Billmar Lane North for 31 years. I lived here before the property behind my home was a cemetery. I watched it transform from a peaceful field once owned by sharecroppers. In fact, the foundations of those homes still existed when the cemetery arrived, to a place of rest for the dead in a community from which I live. However, the cemetery, which originally was to be a respectful resting place, has been many shades of not that. Where foxes, rabbits, and wildlife existed is now a place tombstones often garnished with beer bottles, roadways spotted with condoms, and desecration of landmarks to the remaining family's demise. My neighbors and I have been very respectful and patient to the cemetery over the years, keeping our homes at bay, such as not cutting our grass or allowing our dog out to bark at a loud noise in the backyard, putting our lives on hold out of respect for the burials and the families that are mourning. We have given full efforts to only be rewarded with the brushing aside of our concerns by the cemetery and the DRC Council. The claim was it's a historical place. There's nothing historical about a property that is only 20 years in the making. Here are some example happenings. At all hours of the night, people are free to roam the cemetery at will. There has never been a gate to stop vehicles from entering or exiting that property. It's a welcome center for trouble, prostitution, and menacing behaviors. Most cemetery places have walls or gates or even cameras that might protect loved ones. The Sunnyside has nothing. I have been out having a camp out with my granddaughters in my own backyard, only to be awakened by carloads of people hanging out in the cemetery at 2 or 3 in the morning, and I lay there praying they go away before my kids awaken. A couple of years ago, I was robbed, and the police said that they had come in by way of the cemetery. They took all my family jewelry in broad daylight and climbed over the cemetery wall while I was at work. Yet, there is still nighttime activity in the cemetery. Motorcycles, religious sacrifices, loud music are just a few examples of those spectacles. People frequent living and spending nights in the bushes and leaving their trash as a reminder. An American flag for which our country stands hangs, usually tethered in the Sunnyside, and my husband, a veteran, is the one to call to tell the establishment that it is unconstitutional to hang a flag like that. No respect for community nor country. I am responding as a member of this community that the Sunnyside Cemetery has been a great disappointment as neighbors and that they should show retribution in good faith by caring for the common good for all. Respect your investment and those it affects. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the City Council. My name is Charles Butler. I lived at 2100 Billmar Lane North since 1988. Ironically, I find myself here this evening requesting that you enforce existing zoning codes, while Mr. Mastery is here demanding that you change them. Putting a fence too close to a property line is a special exception. If it lasts until the second coming of Christ, it's a rezoning. Council members, this whole kerfluffle is about one thing: transferring millions in graveyard revenue from Memorial Park and other local cemeteries to their own secret investors in Baltimore and Owings Mills. Nothing more. Just follow the money. Consider the facts. Billmar Lane is not a graveyard. As homeowners, the overwhelming presumption for maintaining the status quo rests with us. We have firsthand knowledge, and we are the expert witnesses in this matter, and no one else, not staff, not lawyers, and certainly not Baltimore people. If 25 families believe in our hearts that something is detrimental to our neighborhood, whether our belief is based on financial concerns, butterflies and rainbows, or personal feelings, is irrelevant. The law says we are entitled to the city's full weight and power to preserve our neighborhood as it is. Past behavior is predictive of future behavior. The petitioner has a history of violating city zoning codes and is currently embroiled in at least one Sunnyside Cemetery lawsuit that may result in 12 exhumations. 12 bodies are going to have to possibly be dug up because they don't care. No citywide compelling interest exists to allow entrenchment of a graveyard in any residentially zoned neighborhood. Not ours, not yours. Mr. Benson told me personally they intend to acquire even more Billmar area properties in 2 years when this one is filled up. They know how to market. They've got unlimited resources. In that case, this council may as well rezone the entire neighborhood as a graveyard tonight. Then we, neighborhood and homeowners, can all move away. And St. Petersburg has one less residential neighborhood and one massive new graveyard. Let's allow common sense to prevail here. Reject this ridiculous idea of putting a neo-Gothic necropolis in a family neighborhood. And as for Mr. Mastery,
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please. Can we go to another speaker that might be in the chamber?
Sure. You have no comment? Okay.
Okay. Okay.
My name is Raymond Stewart. My wife and I are submitting this statement in opposition to the petitioner's zoning variance request. We have very little privacy with the cemetery beside us. We went along with it years ago for the reason that we didn't want a 7-Eleven, 4-story buildings, or anything of that sort. Now they want to move in front of our home. I'm not comfortable with that. They have not been very good neighbors. On numerous occasions, people have knocked on our doors wanting information concerning the cemetery. They wander into our backyard at all hours and have even pulled our water hose across the yard over the block wall, apparently to fill up flower vases or water plants. Several different occasions we have seen people sleeping in the cemetery. People use the cemetery road at all hours of the day and night. Some are doing drug deals, others are transacting even more personal business. In the past, they have used our yard as a parking lot. At one time, even did donuts in the front yard. I have found dead sacrificial chickens in the front of the cemetery. For what reason, I have no idea. This was very disturbing. The cemetery road does not accommodate parking for funeral services for what they have now. Funeral goers have to park in the front of our house, sometimes blocking our driveway. If they continue with their proposed expansion, we will have a cemetery in front and beside our house. And all the problems we have now will only become much worse. We do not want to be surrounded by a cemetery that is already a problem neighbor. The proposed expansion is in direct eyeshot out of my front door, which opens up to people scoping out our family every time we step out on the front porch. I do not want to open my front door and have random people staring back at me all hours, or put up with transients, drug deals, strange rituals, and all-night vigils. One final point. The owners of this cemetery have taken the position that the problems are somehow our fault and the fault of our neighbors. This is nothing more than blaming victims for their misdeeds. We are not responsible for policing and supervising their graveyard or keeping detailed logs of graveyard problems. It is not our duty to call the police every time we become uneasy or disturbed with what is going on in the cemetery. The responsibility for doing what it takes to be a good neighbor rests with the cemetery owners, and they are failing miserably every front. although they manicured the cemetery nicely.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'll call Mr. Todd Sakal's name again. I'm been informed by staff he's on his way up.
Okay.
Hello, my name's Todd Sacco, and I own the property just to the south, the consenting neighbor. I didn't know how upset my neighbors. I don't live at the house. My sister-in-law lives there, and I keep my cars. Bought a house because it had a 1,000 square foot garage to keep my cars. I didn't know how it affected my neighbors, to be honest with you. It was where Skip, who's the next door neighbor that I've spoken with, wouldn't shake my hand after I consented. So it was very interesting, if you ask me. And Charlie, I don't think he'll be speaking, but he's my direct neighbor. And he had talked to me about the expansion, and I'm a business guy. They bought the property. I already have the cemetery there. The cemetery's not going away, right? So in my eyes, no big deal to me, right? I don't live there. I'm not there all the time. I don't see all the things that they brought up over the time. So I'm still a consenting neighbor. I personally think it's okay to have the cemetery there and expanding. I plan on developing my property. So I'm going to split it in two, build my son a house on one side, sell the other. I have communicated with the cemetery to say I would be willing to sell, like if they want to trade the back half of my lot and I take the front half of their lot and develop houses where currently they're going to have, like Skip saying, hey, I'm going to look at people when I come out there, have them expand into the back 2 yards of those two properties. I don't think it affects anybody at all because they're just expanding to two neighbors that actually have the cemetery in their backyard anyway. So it's just, it's 205 yards. I mean, I don't need a house or a yard that big for what I want to do. But to me, I'm still a consenting neighbor. I am okay with it. I just don't live there. I don't see this stuff every day. I am perfectly fine with what my use of the property is. But I do offer, there could be that, if they're worried about that being on the 20th Street, I'm more than happy to switch the lots, develop it into 4, and have 4 new homes there, because there's going to be 2 new homes just to the south of that cemetery, no matter what. So that's what I offer. Again, I did not know that I was going to lose friendships over consenting, to be honest with you. And I think they have, listening to them, I think they have some pretty strong arguments from that side. But again, I'm still a consenting neighbor, and that's just my 2 cents. So.
Thank you.
We have no more cards for this item.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll close the public hearing and go to cross-examination. We'll start with the appellant. Okay. Appellant waives. City Administration.
Staff waives.
Okay. Sure. Go.
You guys have been sworn in. Would you give your name?
My name is Martin Wingate.
And what's your employment?
My employment is Area Vice President for Foundation Partners Group.
Is it your responsibility for this cemetery?
It is, yes, sir.
Side?
It is, yes, sir.
You saw some photographs of equipment there. Are you storing equipment on that site?
We're not, sir. Equipment moves in and out based upon service needs.
Mr. Mastery, cross-examination is supposed to be for folks who have already provided testimony.
It's to deal with credibility of testimony they put up there, Michael.
That's rebuttal.
No, it's not rebuttal. I can't call witnesses in rebuttal.
But your witness could have filled out a card and presented some testimony so that, the cross-examination. Cross-examining your own.
They went out of
No,
protocol.
I'm not, I am attacking the credibility of the photographs they put up there.
They went out of protocol with those pictures.
Now, if you don't want me to put the truth up there, fine.
Our procedures say that cross-examination is for
The
cross-examining,
opposite.
asking questions if somebody's presented
Michael, this
testimony.
isn't really a court. You know that.
I understand.
Okay.
So we're.
I putting, you
We're
don't
not
want
bound
this,
by evidentiary rules of court. We're bound by our own rules of procedure, though.
well, we ought to change the rule then. If somebody comes up on direct and says something that's contrary directly to what somebody can testify to, I think this council ought to hear it.
When I believe that's the point of cross-examination, is to cross the individual who presented the testimony. But you have rebuttal.
I'll take my rebuttal too. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dema. We'll go next to rebuttal and closing. We'll start with the appellant.
This is the closing part?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. I said most of what I wanted to say in the beginning, but I will say, so that Mr. Mastery can come back if he wants, but just yesterday, I saw a grave digging machine in the garage of that house. Now, he can say, oh, no, it didn't exist, or the vice president based in Orlando says, no, my people say it doesn't exist, but it does. And half the things that they talk about all the things that they do for people, and that's, all we know is what we know. Like in this lawsuit that's going on in the Pioneer section of this beautiful cemetery, they removed a road, a little gravel road, a simple little thing in the cemetery, and what that resulted in is that people who are on walkers or on wheelchairs suddenly cannot visit their loved ones. Their covenant for buying that property involved not changing the value, the nature of that cemetery, this historical cemetery, and they went and did it. My only point is that we hear this over and over and over again. It started with 2007, and they said, oh yeah, we took care of that. Then all the coding violations, well, that's in the past and not to be considered. Then they're still doing the code violations in the current property. Well, you know, now we don't have the equipment there anymore. When is this going to stop? This land, as I say, does not fit our neighborhood. The people are not good neighbors. We would be glad to sit with them, if they're willing, and see if we can't work something out. But barring that, to not deny this appeal, to not accept this appeal, would be a travesty, I think, to our neighborhood. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bussey. Rebuttal closing by City Administration.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to bring up one of the things that Mr. Bussey had said about criteria number 14 and the land use being incompatible with the existing neighborhood. Staff had looked at the historic cemetery that was developed in the late 1800s, and these houses then came after that time, and so we evaluated the intensity of the cemetery versus the residential single family. And because it is a special exception in our code, we put conditions on that would help mitigate for any intrusion into their neighborhood. So I just wanted to speak to that, just briefly.
Okay, thank you. Rebuttal closing by the applicant.
Thank you. As you just heard, this cemetery's been here since 1895. Every one of the houses that's there came after this cemetery. You heard somebody say the character of the neighborhood. The character of this neighborhood since 1895 has been a cemetery. It's exactly what it is, and it's going to be that way. In this one, everybody but one gentleman lives on Billmar Lane. I don't know how Billmar Lane is going to be affected. And they've questioned the property appraiser's record. The values aren't relevant. I don't know what happens over there at night. You probably don't know what happens in all the city parks at night either. If I lived next door, I think I'd call the police if that was happening. Not a single police report is in the crime report. I just asked this gentleman that is responsible for managing the cemetery. He says absolutely they're not storing any equipment in that house. I don't know how the picture came about, but you're free to ask him. As you've seen, two sides of this lot are already touching the cemetery. More than one of the DRC members said, this makes sense. They're already touching. And it doesn't generate traffic, they said, and it doesn't generate any big problems. They said, in fact, they are the ones that said, the commission members, it's like a park, except it's used less than a park. You know, we're talking about 37 services in 2019 and 33 so far this year. And the services last between 10 minutes to 30 minutes. There is animosity there between these neighbors. They don't like this company. They make the issue as if it's the 2007 building. That building was bought when it was Anderson McQueen, because I represented them. The neighbors did not like it. The application that was filed, and they withdrew it. And the gentleman, Mr. Butler, said, if you withdraw that application and you stay off Bilmar Lane, we'll support you. So they withdrew it. And then when they go on to 20th Street, he's an opponent also. Now, to get technical, the burden of proof is on the appellant. The burden of proof is to submit competent and substantial evidence that the DRC and your staff did not comply with the relevant considerations and the standards of review. Your staff has told you they did. The DRC has told you they have met that test. This applicant has failed to meet the burden of proof. This applicant hadn't even talked about the standards of review. Talked about totally other issues. And I urge you to follow the code and enforce the code. No, you don't have to approve this. I understand that. But the code permits it, and there really hasn't been any evidence. There's what they say, but there's no evidence that all these bad things are happening. There's no, the owner of the manager of the cemetery says they're not using this site for storage of the equipment. And I still go back and say, I think it's one of the prettiest and best maintained. And those renderings showing no trees, that is such a misstatement. Why would this cemetery that has more trees than any cemetery in this community develop a lot with no trees? They're going to tear the house down, yes. But go out there if you haven't. The photographs that they showed it was heavily treed. And at the DRC hearing, Mr. Bussey talked about it. He thinks it's beautiful, and he likes to walk his dog through there every morning. Didn't you see? It's like a park. This really broke down when the funeral home failed to buy the houses. That's what happened. And in the real test is the staff report and the DRC decision, and thank you.
Thank you. Council will now go into executive session. Council members. Councilmember Rice.
Okay. Thank you, everyone, for being here tonight. I drove by here yesterday. It's a beautiful little cemetery. emphasis on beautiful, emphasis on little. I'm going to try to make sure that my questions and comments stick to the standards of review. Michael, I might check in with you on that a few times, but this seems to be a small cemetery, and I'm concerned that I'm not an expert on the cemetery business, but I would think that it relies on continuously having more room in order to accommodate more spaces to be financially viable. And so I'm concerned with how, I don't know, I heard Mr. Mastery refer to 100 years of inventory, and I'm not sure how that number was calculated, but I think that, I'm concerned if this proposed new part of the expanded cemetery would even be compatible with the older part of the cemetery. Standard of review number 13 says land area is sufficient, appropriate, and adequate for the use and reasonably anticipated operations and expansion thereof. My concern is that possibly what would be introduced would not be these, like a bucolic setting of old headstones, but instead it would be these crematoriums, who I'm not sure if that building or construction of the crematoriums really makes sense or blends in with that part of the neighborhood. But then it also looks like there's a number of proposed sites for caskets that really look packed in there. And so, Michael, the questions and concerns I have, in your opinion, is that adequate for thinking that that might be a condition that would undermine the standard of review for number 13?
Councilmember Rice, I would defer to staff in terms of
Okay.
making a determination as to compatibility.
Okay, very well.
Councilmember, typically when we look at a use and the applicant is proposing something that they are experts in, we would say that the site is adequate for that use. I mean, once the application was routed to our different departments, I, too, am not an expert in burial rights and services, but I would rely on the expert of the applicant to say this space is adequate for what we want. I know that this council can alter the architecture, if they so choose, of the columbariums to be more neighborhood, for lack of a better word, more house-like. Did that answer your question?
Somewhat, yeah. I'm concerned with the way that the crematorium fixtures will look. If there's a line of sight in the neighborhood, it clearly is a type of building that departs from the single-family homes in the area. And, all right, so I'll come back to that later. Where the storage of equipment was seen, what house was that? What property was that? Was that the one that's proposed to be taken down, or is that, or was that a house on Billmar? Sir, I'm sorry.
He's saying it's 5201, the subject property, but the gentleman that had the photographs is no longer here.
Okay. Well, my question is, if that's so, if they're storing equipment at that house on Billmar, if so, does that violate one of the standards of review that we need to use?
That would not be a standard of review criteria. It would be a code enforcement criteria holding commercial maintenance equipment in a residential property. because it's not zoned residential, I mean, it's not zoned commercial.
At what point does commercial intrusion into a single-family home neighborhood violate one of the standards of review? Would that be number one? Does that violate the comprehensive plan consistency?
I would say from a professional planning perspective, it could, depending on the circumstance. I know similar intrusions that we've experienced typically along 4th Street and how properties have expanded their parking lot. And so it's an ebb and flow because we don't want customers parking on the street and blocking residential properties. So then is the intrusion, the parking, that's just an example, is the surface parking lot a benefit to the whole neighborhood? With this example, because it is on 2 sides, I would say that we, as staff, thought of ways to help mitigate for that intrusion with walls and landscaping buffers and the setbacks to remain consistent with the residential nature of the neighborhood.
Okay. It's kind of hard to ignore the past behavior of the owners, and it's concerning to me that, Anderson McQueen is a local business we all are familiar with and know. We're not as familiar with the new owners, and I get a sense that they may be based in another state. I don't know, but it's hard to ignore that. I know that doesn't quite line up with one of the standards of review, but it makes me very worried about the commitment to the neighborhood to continue to work in good faith. Like, another question I have, when I went by there yesterday, and I believe the picture was shown also, I was a little taken aback to see these signs that said spaces available. They were like corrugated plastic signs on like garage sale signs, and there were 2 of them posted. I think I saw about 8 of them. They were posted on either side of the entryway into the pathway for the vehicles. And I don't think I've ever seen a cemetery that put up signs that spaces were available. The number of signs and the types of signs they were clearly to me looked like a potential code violation. Again, I'm not quite sure where that matches up with the standards of review. It sounds like it's a code violation.
Yes, ma'am.
Could council put as a stipulation or a condition, regarding what they do with their signage?
Yes, ma'am, you could do that.
I mean, I get it. If you're driving by on 54th, it looks like an old cemetery. You might not know or think that there's spaces left, but to put up signs just seems rather odd. I have a lot of misapprehension about this. I'm going to stop here right now, and I'd like to listen to what my colleagues have to say, and then I'll speak again. Thank you.
Councilmember Gabbard.
Thank you, Chair. Jennifer, I'm curious on number 3 and number 4, talking about ingress and egress and off-street parking. I mean, when I look at this parcel being on 20th, and then you compare it with the way the site plan is laid out, and those plots, really leading all the way up to the street almost, except for the easement. I mean, what is the plan for ingress and egress for people who not only are coming to services, but will come to visit a grave site? I mean, will they be parking on 20th to do that? And will there be access to that back part there off of 20th?
Yes, ma'am. Well, the application was routed to the Transportation Division, and they had no comments for us to include or concerns about the application. There are parking paths, as I showed you in my presentation, in various locations inside the cemetery. And the private road of the cemetery would be used for parking as well. Now, somebody does have the ability to park on 20th. It's a public road. So they could pull up alongside that road. There are no parking signs on that section of the 20th.
Do we as council have the ability to have signs placed that would say no cemetery parking or something like that?
I believe you do. I don't know if transportation planning would need to weigh in on that. Michael, do you have a?
I do think they ought to weigh in on that.
Okay.
You know, we would want their expert opinion on it, but could have, you know, make the request to have transportation look at that.
Okay, because that's just something that just keeps sticking out to me as I have concern. You know, I mean, we can have good intention with parking pads and things like that, but people are going to do what they're going to do when they come to visit a gravesite. And if that means parking on the road, and then that starts to interfere with the people who live there's ability to park, I mean, that's a concern for me.
Ma'am. You could condition it and say if it's compliant with transportation planning.
Okay, well, I would definitely want to talk about that a little bit more and hear what my colleagues think about that. I also do have concern about the number 14, the landscaping and, you know, the trees and what's there currently and then what we see, I mean, does not match up. And I do have concern about that as well. Did you?
Well, they would be required to get tree removal permits, just like anything else, which we wouldn't issue if it is not something that we could support. So if it's a grand tree.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. Do we know if any of those are grand trees that potentially?
I haven't sent out the arborist to take a look at it, but that's consistent with anything that we do. And because it's a plot, it's not a structure, so we would say you can work around it.
Got it. Okay. Well, those are really a couple of my concerns. I mean, I did mark several of the criteria that I did have questions about, and it's a lot more of, you know, questions than answers, I think, at this point. So I'm undecided. I look forward to hearing what my colleagues have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Gabbard. Jenny, can you talk about the amended special conditions for approval? How many of those have been completed?
How many of those have been completed?
Yes.
The wall has been completed and the house has been torn down. So we added, condition number 11 has been completed. The existing 8-inch sanitary sewer main, we're not quite sure about that condition. That will be during construction of the facility. So that I don't believe has been done. All structures excluding buildings shall be no taller than 6 feet. So that's just a condition of construction approval. Fencing inside the front yard facing 20th Street shall be no larger than 4 feet, which is consistent with our code. You can't have anything larger than 4 feet in the front of a front yard. No future vehicular access shall be permitted inside the expansion piece, so they can't drive on or park on that piece. And prior to the initiation of construction, the applicant shall obtain a certificate of dig permit, which is part of applying to have a cemetery.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. There's been some conflict about some equipment. Do we know where the equipment's being stored?
No, sir, I don't. In the several times that I've been out to the site, I haven't seen any equipment out and around, but obviously I'm not there every day. But I didn't see any equipment in the cemetery or on driveways or in garages.
Okay. Mr. Dema, would it be possible for me to query the man that knows about the cemetery?
Yes.
Can you come to the podium, please? Can- Good. And you've been sworn in?
I have, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Can you tell me where the equipment's stored that's being used out there?
Store it off-site and bring it on there when there's services to be, when there's grave sites to be dug.
Okay, so, and so it comes by truck and you're using
Truck and
the
trailer.
road on the property? Okay. I do have to say, I didn't like what, and it was in the, some of those pictures, and Councilmember Rice brought up the signs about spaces available. That just doesn't seem acceptable at all within our city. And I don't know if there's a code that applies to something like that. I don't know, Michael, if you can advise us.
We would consider it a snipe sign if it's in the right-of-way.
Okay,
You know, we changed the code last year for signage, and residential properties are allowed to have 5 2x3 signs, or those type of garage sale signs, but commercial properties are not.
mm-hmm. All right, well, that's something that I would like to explore further.
And based on the criteria for a special exception, signage is fair play for you all to consider in terms of conditions of approval for locating those signs and that kind of thing.
Okay, so we could add that as, that would be an easy, okay. Well, I'd like to put that idea in front of council to add that as a condition for approval. And I'd also like to add what the sign concept that Councilmember Gabbard brought up. If transportation would agree, I'd like to make that a condition of approval also.
The no parking?
Yes. Right now, I'm at a point that, and I still want to listen to my colleagues, but I'm at a point to deny the appeal, but I want to hear from my colleagues on City Council, so I'll leave it right there. Recognize Vice Chair Driscoll.
Thank you, Chair. I agree. Something has to be put into place regarding that signage. Folks, a lot of these things this could be so much easier if you just decide to be a good neighbor. I mean, the codes issues, the security issues, these are things that y'all can fix pretty easily. It doesn't cost that much for a company to fix these problems. So I don't blame these neighbors for being concerned about having more of a bad thing in their neighborhood. You've got to take care of your property. You got to keep the bad elements out and keep it looking nice for the whole neighborhood. It's just about being a good neighbor. And one way or another, we're going to insist on that tonight. So the signs have to be appropriate and according to code. Now, these no parking signs, Michael Dima, do they have to be content neutral? Because Councilmember Gabbard said no cemetery parking.
Okay,
But
so we're talking about
no, I'm talking about the space available signs. Now I'm talking about the parking signs.
parking signs. That would be a government sign, should we choose to
Yeah.
do that.
So if we do that, does it have to be content neutral? Or like the neighbors can park there, but no one for the cemetery can? I don't know that we can do that.
No, I mean, we've generally, the only times we've made that distinction is for residents of a particular parking zone. For instance,
Right.
the World Northeast.
Yeah.
But based on use or, so residential permit parking is available. It's not here right now.
Mm-hmm.
But council member, each homeowner should have adequate parking for their own residential property.
Right, right. But there's just,
And typically, we put it on one side of the street or the other. not
yeah, yeah.
The signs could be bracketing the frontage of the cemetery, and it would effectively serve that purpose.
Mm-hmm. Okay. That needs to do its job and look good. It seems strange that Mr. Mastery said that there had been no police reports, and yet we've had several neighbors talk about the bad activity. I wonder if anyone has ever called the police about this, asked them to check it out. Why do we not have any police reports if this is in fact going on? So I mean, the neighbors have to do their part too, and you have to call the non-emergency number when you see suspicious activity. It doesn't matter if you see remnants of suspicious activity. You call the non-emergency number. That's how you are supposed to be a good neighbor. So the equipment is not being stored on site. It's very hard because we've heard some conflicting stories here and we have very little proof. So a lot of this is anecdotal. You know, there was, I think the appellant mentioned at one point, oh, it was in the presentation, that they plan on more intrusion. So I was wondering, are there already additional plans officially for expansion in this area at this time? Or was that just a guess that the appellant had made? Mr. Mastery, do you?
Mine, but I'm having trouble understanding you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's my hearing, I think, more than your voice.
Yeah, and all this mask. Yes, the appellant had said they plan on more intrusion. So do you know if the company has additional properties they've purchased or?
They do not have any additional properties. If they were going to expand, they would have to go back to the DRC.
Mm-hmm.
And I am told that this one lot will provide 15 to 20 years of inventory.
Okay.
And that's why, in relation to another question about the 100 years of inventory by both sides of the street, just wouldn't work.
All right. Good to know. Thank you. That's all I have for now. I do still have, I have real concerns about the upkeep of the property and the sensitivity and respect for the neighborhood. And I mean, I don't know if we have any codes information from that. If we have a report of different code violations that have been documented.
No, ma'am, I don't have that, but I could get it to you.
Yeah, okay. Well, this just goes back to, yeah, I mean, it's fine. It kind of reflects again on the fact that the neighbors have said these things are happening, and yet no one has reported anything. They say that they have, but we have no, the city documents these things when folks call in. So I think both sides have to do a better job, and this could work out. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Gabbard.
Thank you, Chair. Just one quick question that I forgot whenever I was speaking earlier. Mr. Mastery, did you say that the current cemetery is already sold out?
No, I did not.
Okay, then I misunderstood you. I apologize.
Oh, they have less than 2 years. And
Okay.
I was also told that they may they don't have as many spaces together like families would like. They're scattered.
Right.
But they're not absolutely sold out, but it is, they're gonna be, and as I said earlier, this one lot will provide 15 to 20 years of spaces.
That is helpful. Thank you. I
Only
just
thing
misunderstood.
Could I add, when you talked earlier, you mentioned a crematorium.
I didn't.
There is no crematorium on this site, none at all.
I thought there were 3.
Columbariums.
Sorry?
I believe they're columbariums.
I'm sorry, I must have used the wrong word. What term are you using?
Columbarium is where the ashes are stored, whereas a crematory is where they
do it.
Oh, I'm sorry, I that was the word I meant to use. I apologize.
To be clear, they're not, they don't have a crematorium on this site at all.
Thank God.
Thank you for correcting me on that.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Gabbard. So the next thing I just wanted to follow up with, these depictions that are in the backup material, they just look very stark, and everything looks very square. And, you know, as somebody that, you know, when I go up to visit my son up in Washington, D.C., I love going to Arlington National Cemetery. And there are ways, and the rest of the cemetery is beautiful. I mean, it really is. This looks very stark, and so I want to talk to staff, and I'd like to see more greenery. It looks like I see like 2 trees on this whole lot. Could we add another special requirement for landscaping?
Yes, sir. And I think, you know.
I'm looking for ideas of how to phrase that.
To embellish the landscaping on the site to be more ornamental.
Yes.
I think that the graphic that they have presented is a SketchUp graphic, which just lends itself to a 2-dimensional view and rigid shapes.
Well, you know, that the neighborhood is beautiful, and the rest of the cemetery is beautiful. I want to get to a place to allow this to happen, and I want to be sensitive to the neighbors, and I want it to be attractive. So I'm not sure of the verbiage of how we add a special condition like that, and but that's the other thing that I would like to require.
Yes, sir, we can add shade trees, understory trees, and shrubs.
Okay. All right. Seeing no further requests to speak, I'll entertain a motion on the, and it's on page 4 of the report, on the appeal. Councilmember Rice.
I move that we uphold the appeal, and I will be voting in favor of this. Mostly what sticks with me is the standard of review, number 8, the orientation and location of the particular buildings that would be located there, I think is going to be improper scale, not consistent with the neighborhood, and it's the type of thing that a wall is just not going to fix. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor.
One quick question.
Go ahead.
So this takes a supermajority vote of sitting council members, or
Correct.
Okay.
So in this case, you having made the motion in the affirmative to grant the appeal, it would require 5 yes votes to grant the appeal, overturn the DRC decision, and deny the application. 5 out of 7 is the supermajority here.
Okay. So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Wait, I have a question.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Councilmember Fig Sanders.
So Attorney Dima, can you explain that to me again to make sure I vote the right way? So I want to deny the appeal. So can you restate what you just said to make sure?
So then a no vote to deny the appeal would grant the application and allow the expansion.
Okay. Okay. So it would allow the expansion. Okay. So the motion that's on the floor with all the conditions that we've just made has to be included in that motion.
Well, there were no motions made on any special conditions of approval, so there are no new special conditions of approval as of right now.
Okay, so the trees and the parking signs and none of that was included?
Because the condition of approval rises to the level of.
Just whatever, okay.
It has to be agreed to, so we require a motion to cement that and make sure that it's added, formally.
Okay.
So, and I've counted at least 3 different things that you all were talking about. So to the extent that you want them included, it would require a motion and a vote on them.
Okay, so could we take action on the motion that's on the floor and then,
No, if you take action, if you act on the main request right now, you will have missed the opportunity to amend the special conditions of approval or add to them.
Oh.
May I withdraw my
So-
second?
Or there could be a substitute motion, however you want to do that.
okay. Let me go to Vice Chair Driscoll next.
Thank you. So if our motion has to be in the affirmative, but we have, so that would support the appeal.
Correct. The
But-
procedural vehicle that brought this to you today is an appeal. So the motion has to be made on the appeal, and it has to be made in the affirmative. So it was correctly made as a motion to grant the appeal.
And the person who made the motion could have had the option to add the additional requirements.
That's one way of doing it. I believe that it's cleaner to do amended conditions of approval one by one.
Okay. It's just, it's difficult because it's possible that one might be supportive of the appeal if those conditions are also in place.
Understood. And indeed, that's why we do allow for conditions of approval. It's essentially a negotiated outcome to address any concerns brought up at a quasi-judicial proceeding.
But this one has no conditions attached.
There are 12 special conditions of approval.
Oh, right.
Already there.
Yeah.
There are no additional ones yet at this time. We've just discussed some of the potential options for the site.
Okay, thank you.
And before we vote, let me just ask Councilmember Rice if she would consider amending her motion to add those 3 additional conditions for approval. That would be on the...
We would have to state each one with some measure of specificity so that they are enforceable as well as understandable by the applicant who will have to comply with them.
Okay.
I don't think so, because what I would put forth as a condition would be to not have those structures, I'm sorry, I don't know the term, I can't remember it.
That's all right, columbarium.
Columbarium. And I think that by removing those, I think it undoes their business model. I think they've got to pack as much in there as possible. And that's what unsettles me, is that, you know, there's a business model. They need to have more room for cremated remains as well as bodies. And I think what I think would look compatible with the neighborhood is probably not what the company would like.
And I understand that there's a fine line between being responsive to issues raised at a public hearing versus redrawing the entire plans.
Mm-hmm.
So
Right.
I
Right.
understand the rationale.
Councilmember Gabbard.
Is it out of order to withdraw my second?
You just did. I thought you just did.
No, I was going to ask if, because if it dies for a lack of a second, then someone else could make a motion with these conditions we've discussed.
Yeah, you could withdraw the second.
Then I withdraw my second.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
In the absence of a second, you could go on to other motions for conditions or.
Well, can we, since the chair can't make any motions, can we have, I would appeal to members of the city council to add some special conditions of approval. The first of which is not to allow any snipe signs on the property. The second would be to add no cemetery parking signs. Is that no?
I think would be most appropriate is a request for transportation to look into putting no parking signs on the side of the street for the linear frontage of the cemetery.
Okay.
Where we don't call out the use.
Okay. Well, I'm concerned about the neighborhood also, restricting neighborhood parking. How could we phrase that to have transportation study that issue?
So in other words, to consider a manner to restrict the cemetery parking, but not any other neighborhood parking?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and again, I can't speak on behalf of transportation. That's why I want to leave it permissive enough for them to be able to perform their own expert analysis on that.
Okay.
And to make sure that they comport with how they do this elsewhere in the city. So I think making a general motion to ask them to review that in this context, it'll be understood also that the discussion, they'll go back and watch that discussion on it.
Okay. Jenny, you comfortable with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then the third one was to address trees and landscaping, and I need some help on the language of that.
Right, so add additional ornamental landscaping to enhance the existing code.
Okay. So I need somebody to make that motion.
We have to do these one at a time.
I'd prefer that.
And it would be a motion to uphold the DRC.
We're going to make, I would prefer a motion to be made on each special.
Okay, I got it.
So 3 motions on those, and then a motion on the appeal as subject to the amended special conditions of approval.
Do we vote on each one?
Well, I'll help again when we get to the actual.
Thanks, Coach.
So in the meantime.
I will move to add a special condition requiring the appropriate parking signs to be added restricting parking along the linear edge of the subject property
Reviewed by transportation?
as reviewed by transportation.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and second. Seeing no further requests to speak.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry.
Councilmember Rice.
Thank you. Well, just a couple of comments. Now we're talking about maybe dotting the neighborhood with parking signs. And also, I think we're, asking the company to comply with rules we already have with signage. I mean, I feel like we're bargaining against ourselves. It's just, just please, comply with the ordinances that we have in the city. Making it a condition for you to basically obey the laws, to me, this doesn't seem legitimate. And my question for going back to Jenny on the columbariums, so how do you decide like what size is appropriate, how tall they can be, what they look like? Like, I'm not really prepared here on the dais to tell them how to build something. I know I don't really like them. I think they look like they could very easily be built in a way that would be incompatible. But there could be a way to do it. But can you help me out here? Because I would add that as a condition, but I'm not sure how to do that in a way that makes sense. Just doing it here on the dais doesn't seem like a great process.
Yes, ma'am. You could, because we've already put a limit on height in the original conditions of approval. So you could say that they would need to match one of our architectural styles that's in our guidebook, which we have that established for our neighborhood architecture.
Well, I would like to do that. So as we start to put together the conditions that we'd like to submit, that would be one I'd like to put forward. Thank you.
Okay. And you bring up a very good point. I'm not into bargaining against ourselves. This parking issue, I think, is important, an important issue. And we still have a motion and a second on the floor. Council members, anybody else want to speak on this? Seeing none, will the clerk please open the machine for voting? Council members, please cast your votes. Seeing all present council members have voted, will the clerk please tally and announce the vote? Thank you.
All right, next I'll move to add a condition that there be no snipe signs on the property on the right-of-way. Wasn't it snipe?
That is a code requirement.
Yeah, that was gonna be my point.
Is to
So then
not-
do we have to add it as a special, I mean,
No, and I think that might be.
that was on the list.
Councilmember Rice was saying.
Yeah.
So code enforcement alone should deal with any snipe signs that are in the right of way.
Right.
To the extent that, under the special exception criteria, signage on site is something that you can look at in terms of location, placement, that kind of thing. But if this is, and I don't know if Jenny, do we know if these signs are in the right of way or?
I'm pretty sure they're in the right of way.
Pretty sure, okay.
I mean, you could make a condition to prohibit temporary signage on the property, because that's what those would be.
Okay. Then I will, did I finish making the motion before you started talking? Do I need to withdraw that? I'll withdraw that motion if necessary. And instead I'll move to prohibit temporary signs from being placed at the property.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to prohibit temporary signs on the property. Seeing no request to speak, will the clerk please open the machine for voting? Council members, please cast your vote. Seeing all present council members have voted, will the clerk please tally and announce the vote? Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Vice Chair Driscoll. You're on a roll.
Oh, I don't want to do all of it, but yeah, so next I will move to require ornamental landscaping and to include shade trees, understory trees, and shrubbery.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on the floor. Seeing no request to speak, will the clerk please open the machine for voting? Council members, please cast your votes. Seeing all present council members have voted, will the clerk please tally and announce the vote? Thank you.
Next, I will move that the style of the columbariums on the property be consistent with one of the architectural styles as set forth by the city.
In the design guidelines?
By the city's design guidelines.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Councilmember Rice.
Jenny, can we limit the number of columbariums? I mean, we saw the proposal that there'd be 3 of them, but what if there were more? Like what is our grounds for limiting that? Or, are they going to come back to the city with a site plan that would be approved where then the number of them would be?
They couldn't add any additional ones because this is the site plan that's being approved, so it has to match it substantially. So I wouldn't, it would have to go back to DRC if they wanted more than what they're showing there.
All right, thank you. Second the motion.
We have a motion and a second. Seeing no further requests to speak, will the clerk please open the machine for voting? Council members, please cast your votes. Seeing all present council members have voted, will the clerk please tally and announce the vote? Okay. Thank you. Any other special exemptions council wants to put forward? About a motion on the appeal before us. Does somebody want to make a motion to uphold the appeal?
I move to uphold the appeal.
Subject to the amended special conditions of approval.
Subject to the amended conditions for approval.
Okay. We have a motion. Do we have a second? Councilmember Wheeler-Bowen.
Thank you, Chair. Dima, can you, because we've done so much, so can you explain to me
Yes.
the voting, what a yes vote would be?
Yeah, so a yes vote grants the appeal and denies the application to expand the cemetery. A no vote denies the appeal and grants the application, allows for the expansion to occur.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we're still waiting on a second.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to uphold the appeal. Is everybody clear on the vote? Seeing no further requests to speak, will the clerk please open the machine for voting? Council members, please cast your votes. Seeing all present council members have voted, will the clerk please tally and announce the vote? Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone, for coming out. Council members, what's your pleasure?
Push through.
Keep on going? Everybody okay with that? Let's move to new business and take up F2. Councilmember Driscoll, or Vice Chair Driscoll, excuse me.
Thank you, Chair. This is a request for city staff to work on a resolution to bring back to City Council supporting beginning the process of establishing a historic district for the Mirror Lake area. So this would come straight back. Because this is a historic designation, this would signal to staff, yes, work on that resolution and bring it straight back to council. The fact that it would be a quasi-judicial proceeding sort of precludes us from being able to have a committee meeting about it.
Okay.
Down the road. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I've got a couple questions.
Okay.
Councilmember Gabbard.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a question that I've been mulling about, and this would really be the first opportunity to bring it up. So I just wanted to know, now that we have the ability for council members to bring forward a designation, did we, when we made that decision, have any conversation about the council member recusing themselves from that vote when the hearing took place? Someone had asked me that in the community, and I couldn't recall if we had ever even talked about that.
Okay, well, so the ability of a council member to bring up a designation is not new. We've had this city-initiated provision that predates the 2019 joint meeting of the council and CPPC, and it predates the 2015 amendments that we made in overhauling a lot of the process. Okay. That being said, it's in the past, it's been presumed that, just because you bring it up, we're not having a discussion on the merits yet. It really is just a request for staff to take an initial look at this and then come back with a resolution, at which point you could discuss a little bit in more detail whether it's worth it to go forward with a complete application and send it through the process, going through the commission, going back to council with an ordinance.
And I think the question, it isn't necessarily for today or even, but when we get to the final hearing, if we get there, would the council member that brought it forward, would it be appropriate for that council member to recuse themselves? Because we could all find ourselves in this position at some point in time. And so that was the question that was posed. I didn't have an answer, and I thought this might be the most appropriate time to ask.
I think it's a relevant question, and that we'll take a look at that.
Okay.
And right now, though, the presumption is that simply by bringing it up, it
Right.
wouldn't be such an indication of bias that you couldn't participate
Right.
in the final decision-making process. But we're happy to review that.
Okay, and I apologize, Councilwoman Driscoll, it wasn't like, I'm worried about you or anything
no,
like
it's
that.
okay.
This
It's
is
a
the
good
first
question.
opportunity since I was asked the question, and so I thought it warranted just having a conversation on the dais.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Sorry, I was over in timeout for a while. I would just add to that, Michael and I have talked about that, and it really is a valid question by Councilmember Gabbard. And I'd say it's all a matter of degree. So bringing it forward, the new business item today, just gets the ball rolling. Even at the next step, is there enough there to proceed? And if you did choose to proceed, that's the point where the wall goes up. The quasi-judicial proceeding is certainly foreseeable. And that's when the communications would need to stop. And at that point, any communications could lead to a potential recusal.
Okay.
But I think based on the conversations that Michael and I have had previously, I think the answer to your question would be no.
Okay.
At this stage.
Understood. Understood. Thank you. That was all I had, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Councilmember Fig Sanders first.
Okay. Well, thank you, Councilmember Brandy Gabbard, for bringing that up, because actually, I did some work on this as well. So I didn't know how that worked, but thank you for that question. Because if that was the case, I hit the button when you were saying that, then that would be 2 council members that would have to recuse themselves. So, okay. All right. So I just wanted to make sure I was clear. Thank you.
Thank you. And so my question on this is, I guess I wasn't aware that if this gets approved, it's a quasi-judicial matter. Is that correct?
I think that we would be looking at the time that the resolution comes back. After that action is when the quasi-judicial wall would go up, so to speak.
Okay.
And so right now, we're not in a quasi-judicial posture.
Yes.
So communications are still allowed.
Okay. And Vice Chair Driscoll, so my concern is just because it's a district, I just don't know. It's your city council district, it's not mine. I just don't know the area. I don't know if there might be any opposition. And that's why I was thinking, well, maybe this could go to a committee just so that we can talk about it first and see, what the feeling is out there of property owners within that district. That's kind of where my mind was going.
Derek Kilborn's here. We'll talk about a little bit about maybe an initial plan for outreach.
Okay.
I think that just one consideration I have, and there is no prohibition per se on this going to committee. I think that in the context of discussing specific property rights and ensuring that there was a way for every property owner to be noticed and have an opportunity to be heard while you discuss their property rights, even in a committee where folks usually don't have the right to speak. I think we would want to consider ensuring that property owners have a right to speak whenever you're talking substantively about their property rights.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So one option is also to have an outreach campaign that would occur prior to council action on the resolution that would give you all some more of that information ahead of your vote, whether to proceed with the city-initiated application or not. That's one option.
Okay.
And if I could add to that, the idea that I have in mind is we have several properties there that already have some type of historic or landmark designation or status. So even the lake itself is historic, but it doesn't have a designation currently. Those contributing properties and the lake themselves could make a district. How big is up to, how we move forward with that.
Okay.
So I'm not necessarily saying that we would have opposition because it could end up being just what's already, the buildings that we already have there that are landmarked and historic. Some are owned by the city already. And then beyond that, the outreach could add more contributing properties to that. But I think even with the basics, we've got the makings of a district. but just how big that would be just depends on the outreach. Does that make sense?
It kind of does, but so the city has been working on trying to bring the second DCA to St. Petersburg, and it may go someplace in that district. And I don't want, I don't know if that Sebring building across the street from us, would be within that district. So I just don't want to get anything in the way
Yeah.
of doing
No,
something like that.
I'm with you on that, and I'm sure that Derek can talk about contributing properties and things like that. This is why I wanted this in 2 parts, so we have a window when we can talk about it.
Yep. Why don't we listen to Mr. Kilborn?
Derek Kilborn, Manager, Urban Planning, Historic Preservation. I think to go back first to Michael Dima's point in the conversation you were having about public outreach, our thought on this is that if you do move forward with the request this evening, we would put together a direct mail piece to all registered property owners within what we believe would be a potential local historic district boundary. And in addition to that notice, we would invite them to a public information meeting where we would provide to anybody who participates information about the process and also give them an opportunity to just ask open questions about what to expect going forward so that all the registered owners are fully aware of what the process might include and what or how they might be impacted. In addition to that, we've also found it very effective to use our department webpage for current planning projects. So as a way to manage information going forward, we would also start putting up information on there and following up with anybody who maybe has questions or inquiries after that information meeting so that before you get to that resolution discussion, all the registered property owners have had multiple opportunities to get the information they need to make an informed decision about whether or not they support or oppose the application.
Okay.
In terms of boundaries and your question about specific property at the southeast corner, as part of the application process, each parcel is identified as a contributing or non-contributing resource to the district, and that determines what level of review that property receives in the future. So we have a national registered district already on Mirror Lake, and that property that you brought up is identified in the National Register listing as a non-contributing resource. So depending on the finer details of what the local historic district includes, if it extends far enough forward on the timeline to include the date of construction for that building, it would qualify for a contributing status. However, if the timeline is a little earlier to the city's founding, it would probably be listed as a non-contributing resource similar to the existing National Register listing.
Okay. All right. I think I'm good right now.
Okay.
So we have, do we have a motion?
I'll move approval.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Vice Chair Driscoll and Councilmember Fig Sanders. Seeing no further requests to speak, will the clerk please open the machine for voting? Council members, please cast your votes. Seeing all present council members have voted, will the clerk please tally and announce the vote? Okay, thank you. We'll go to committee reports and bring up G1, which is a resolution for the appointment of Ms. Kimberly Brown Williams to the St. Petersburg Housing Authority. I'll entertain a motion to approve the resolution.
Move approval. Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the resolution in item G1. Will the clerk please open the machine for voting? Council members, please cast your votes. Seeing all present council members have voted, would the clerk please tally and announce the vote? Okay, G2, it's a resolution to reimburse certain capital expenditures. We discussed this at the Budget, Finance, and Taxation Committee meeting this morning. I'll entertain a motion to approve that resolution.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the resolution. Seeing no request to speak, will the clerk please open the machine for voting? Council members, please cast your votes. Seeing all present council members have voted, will the clerk please tally and announce the vote? Okay, thank you. G3, it's a resolution that we discussed this morning at the BF&T on Morgan Stanley. I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the resolution that's part of G3. Will the clerk please open the machine for voting? Council members, please cast your votes. Seeing all present council members have voted, will the clerk please tally and announce the vote? Okay, G4. It's another resolution that we passed at BF&T this morning to reimburse certain capital expenditures for a new sanitation building. I'll entertain a motion to adopt the resolution.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to adopt the resolution as part of G4. Will the clerk please open the machine for voting? Council members, please cast your votes. Seeing all present council members have voted, will the clerk please tally and announce the vote? All right, thank you. We'll go to open forum. All right, thank you. We'll close open forum. Announcements, council members.
Happy holidays.
I have a quick one.
I think it's the only announcement.
Councilmember Fig Sanders.
So first of all, I'm going to mimic Councilmember Gabbard. Happy holidays and Happy New Year. But as we enter into the new year, I still want to remind my colleagues that we are going to continue to forge forward in our efforts to reduce violence in South St. Pete, thus impacting the entire city. We had a wonderful meeting of the community last night that you may have seen on Channel 10 and a couple other stations last night. I understand there was a meeting in Coquina Key last night, and what we're aiming to do is to hopefully work collaboratively, because when we talk about the violence in South St. Pete, that impacts us all, and we do understand working in silos by neighborhoods is not going to do it, because they move one neighborhood to the next, and then to the next, and then to the next. So we've had a lot of outpouring of those wanting to work with us in trying to find the answer as to what it is we need to do. So we're hosting another conversation this Monday, and I'll be glad to send that to Cindy if anyone wants to call in and hear what the community is saying. So again, happy holidays, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Fig Sanders. And I want to thank everybody for the hard work today. It's been a very long day. We accomplished a whole lot of the city's business. I want to also thank all the staff and wish everybody a happy holiday, Merry Christmas, and a Happy New Year,
And a happy Hanukkah.
Kwanzaa.
and a Happy Hanukkah,
Give me this.
Kwanzaa.
Thank you.
That's why I
Thanks for
said
not making us sing.
Thank you all very much. We stand adjourned.